He exchanged his devoted partner for a younger model, believing he had discovered true happiness. Yet, years later, he finds himself paralyzed at the sight of 3 children who are undeniably his own. Join us today and share in the comments your location while tuning in. The Chicago skyline shimmered like a galaxy in the dark, its lights dancing on Lake Michigan in undulating waves of gold and silver. From his corner office on the 47th floor, Alex Mercer had a panoramic view of everything below. The city that had once appeared overwhelmingly expansive now lay before him like a subdued realm. By the age of 42, he had accomplished what many only fantasize about: a technology empire forged from sheer ambition and unwavering determination, a name that garnered respect in boardrooms nationwide, and a fortune that had long transcended any practical means of assessment. Meridian Technologies began in a garage. Isn't that the classic origin for all remarkable success stories? Armed only with a borrowed laptop and a vision that many deemed a decade too early. Maybe that was the catalyst that fueled his resolve, the uncertainty reflected in their gazes as he shared his aspirations, the courteous disbelief that teetered on the edge of condescension. Alex had always been a person who defied constraints, particularly those set by others. He pivoted away from the window, his image dissolving as he traversed his office. The space stood as a symbol of his achievements, featuring minimalist furniture made from exquisite woods, original artwork that gained value more swiftly than many retirement portfolios, and technology so effortlessly woven into the surroundings that it appeared to foresee his desires before he even voiced them. Everything was meticulously arranged, precisely managed, flawless, just as he preferred. The device vibrated softly against the sleek finish of the desk. Yet another message from Vanessa. She's running behind schedule. Could you place an order for me? Something cheerful and uplifting. XO. A grin played at the edge of his lips. Vanessa Collins, 27 years of age. Gaze that caused men to lose track of their very identities. A marketing executive holding an MBA from Stanford, possessing a physique that could grace the covers of magazines. 6 months prior, she entered a board meeting, unveiled a rebranding strategy that boosted their market share by 12%, and irrevocably altered his existence. Alex sent a swift response, his fingers gliding over the screen with skillful precision. In just 20 minutes, he would arrive at Calum, the city's most exclusive dining establishment, where tables were usually reserved 3 months ahead. Unless, of course, your name held the kind of influence that his did. The maitre d' would acknowledge him personally, guiding him to his familiar table by the window, where a glass of Macallan 25 awaited his arrival. The path to achievement, the essence of influence. As he collected his coat and keys, his eyes landed on the solitary framed photograph that lingered on his desk, the sole personal touch in an otherwise sterile environment. Sarah. In that picture, her smile radiated warmth, reaching her eyes, a cherished memory from a rare vacation to the coast years ago. Her hair was brighter then, kissed by the sun and tousled by the wind, her hand lifted to shield her face from its wild dance. He recalled capturing that image, the melody of her laughter whisked away by the ocean breeze, and the thought that he had never encountered anything so exquisite. Sarah had faith in him when faith was the only asset he possessed. She toiled through double shifts at a struggling public school, ensuring the lights stayed on while he pursued his aspirations. Night after night, she settled beside him on their worn couch, meticulously reviewing business plans, proposing enhancements, and questioning his assumptions. Her analytical mind illuminated the chaos of his vision. She was his anchor when the earth threatened to tremble beneath him. What comes next? Now she was an unfamiliar presence in a house he still technically possessed, instructing at a school he could have revitalized from the foundation with just a small portion of his yearly bonus, leading a life that had drifted far from his own. The choice was not taken without careful consideration. He wasn't the type to fit the stereotype of success, swapping his first wife for a younger version at the first chance he got. The shift had been subtle, a gentle separation of 2 individuals charting their own courses. Sarah had stayed the same, ever committed to her students, still sharing tales of minor triumphs in packed classrooms, still donning outfits she'd purchased on sale, even when he could easily afford to buy her anything she desired. He had presented her with endless possibilities, yet her universe remained resolutely limited, focused on her classroom and her community initiatives. She had declined the extravagant getaways, the sparkling gems, the proposals to finance her own exclusive academy. "That's not who we are, Alex," she would say, her tone soft yet resolute. However, that was the issue. It was the essence of his transformation. The elevator doors glided open without a sound, and Alex entered. His image echoed in the mirrored surfaces surrounding him. The figure that gazed back at him was unfamiliar to the eager youth from the South Side, who had fought his way into college through scholarships and relentless resolve, who had fallen for a girl whose belief in him felt like a blessing. On the night he informed Sarah of his departure, she remained composed, not shedding a tear. That took him by surprise. He had braced himself for tears, for accusations, for the emotional tempest that would leave him feeling both guilty and vindicated. Instead, she gazed at him with those unwavering brown eyes that had once perceived only the finest in him, and inquired, "Is this truly what you desire, Alex?" And he had agreed because, at that instant, it simply was. He craved the liberation, the freshness, the exhilarating sensation of being with someone who recognized him for who he was in the present, rather than the aspiring dreamer he once was. Vanessa grasped the essence of aspiration. She articulated his thoughts with precision. She navigated his realm with the same fervor that had inspired him to bring it to life. The separation unfolded with a sense of decorum, nearly devoid of drama. Sarah had requested little, their former residence in the suburbs, a humble arrangement that his attorneys deemed nearly offensively fair, and a fresh start. No lengthy legal disputes, no spiteful requests. True to her nature, Sarah's departure from his life was marked by grace and an absence of turmoil. As his private car departed from the shimmering glass tower of his corporate headquarters, Alex experienced the familiar rush of excitement at the prospect of reuniting with Vanessa. She pushed him, ignited a spark within him, and awakened feelings he had nearly lost touch with. In her presence, he transformed into Alexander Mercer, the innovative leader and mastermind. With her, his success was not something to apologize for or diminish. It was celebrated, admired, and utilized to its fullest potential. This was the existence he had crafted. This was precisely what he had desired. In those tranquil moments just before slumber enveloped him, he often found his thoughts drifting to a sunlit shore, where laughter danced on the breeze. Indeed, that was the cost of advancement. Nothing of value comes without sacrifice. The restaurant met all my expectations perfectly. The quiet murmur of wealth and power, the soft illumination crafted to enhance every visage, the subtle gestures of acknowledgement as he was escorted to his seat. Vanessa made her entrance 15 minutes later, captivating attention as she glided through the room. A perspective and location that exceeded the monthly earnings of the average individual. "Apologies for my tardiness," she remarked, her tone striking a perfect balance between remorse and self-assurance. The meeting for the campaign extended beyond the scheduled time. Alex observed her as she gracefully sank into her chair, each movement exuding a captivating intensity. "I trust it has been a success?" Her smile radiated, a brilliant contrast of pristine white set against the deep hue of her red lips. "Absolutely. Failure is not an option, Alex." Indeed, that was the case. Achievement was the dialect they spoke, the foundation upon which they had constructed whatever this connection was between them. Not love, not yet, but something that draws you in with an undeniable force. Something that resonated with strength. As the evening progressed amidst a haze of fine wine and artfully arranged dishes, Alex navigated his role with a smooth confidence. The observant companion, the entrepreneurial mastermind, the individual who managed every detail with precision. And if a faint whisper suggested that something was absent, that this flawless scene was devoid of an essential element, he had mastered the art of quieting those uncertainties. Ultimately, this was the path he had embraced, the existence he was meant to have, the culmination of everything he had worked for. And not a soul, not even the lingering shadow of Sarah's disheartened stare, could sway him from his conviction. What Alex couldn't know, And what he wouldn't discover until it was almost too late was that across the city, in a modest house with a garden that bloomed despite the urban surroundings, Sarah Mercer was sitting in her doctor's office, her hands gripping the armrest of the chair as she struggled to process the words that had just shattered her world. "Mrs. Mercer, I need you to take a deep breath. This may come as a surprise, but let's approach this gradually." Sarah's voice was a mere whisper. "Are you able to? Could you say that again?" The physician's expression softened with empathy. "Congratulations, Sarah. You're expecting. The ultrasound results indicate that you are expecting triplets." The room whirled around her, the doctor's voice becoming a distant hum as Sarah instinctively placed a protective hand over her still flat stomach. Threefold. 3 lives blossoming within her. 3 children she would nurture on her own. 3 fragments of the man who had departed without a second thought. The timing was steeped in a bitter irony. The divorce papers were signed a mere 3 weeks prior, the ink still fresh on the document that marked the conclusion of 12 years of marriage. And now this, a biological bond that would unite them eternally, transcending any legal declarations. As Sarah emerged from the doctor's office into the brisk autumn air, her thoughts swirled with inquiries that seemed to defy simple resolution. Ought she to reveal it to him? Was he entitled to that knowledge? What actions might he take with that understanding? Would he perceive these children as a burden, a disruption in his meticulously crafted new existence? The Alex she had wed, the one who once envisioned a future of family together when the moment was appropriate, that man would have been filled with joy. Yet the Alex who now inhabited sleek glass towers and upscale restaurants had exchanged their once shared dreams for an entirely different future. That man was unfamiliar to her. With a firm grip on her keys, Sarah resolved to take action. She would shield these children, her children, from fading into the background of their father's grand story. They were worthy of more than being the unfortunate byproduct of a marriage that had unraveled, more than being moved between realms that never truly aligned. In time, she would share it with him. However, the time has not arrived. Only after she had constructed a sturdy barrier around herself, a base that remained unyielding. These children would enter a realm filled with love, enveloped in assurance, in a universe where they were cherished as the main focus, not merely the consequence. As the sun dipped below the horizon in Chicago, 2 individuals who had once intertwined their lives now found themselves at the edge of unknown futures, divided by decisions, by fate, and by the 3 small heartbeats that would eventually intertwine their paths once more. The subsequent years unfolded in a haze of paradoxes, instances that felt endless in their struggle yet disappeared with alarming swiftness. Sarah had never envisioned a life where she would navigate the journey of motherhood in solitude, especially not with 3 infants whose mere presence pushed the boundaries of her endurance, her patience, and her love. The initial year proved to be the most challenging. Sleep faded into the background, a cherished experience she reminisced about with wistful yearning amidst the ceaseless rhythm of feedings, diaper changes, and the soothing cries that blended together in an unending tide. She relocated from the suburban house filled with memories to a modest brownstone in a quieter neighborhood, using part of her settlement to secure a home where her children could grow with stability, if not extravagance. She had resigned from her teaching role at the public school, the demands of the schedule unmanageable with triplets requiring her unwavering focus. Instead, she transitioned to educational consulting, working from home amidst naps and feedings, cultivating a client list of private schools that appreciated her expertise in curriculum development. It wasn't the classroom that captured her heart, but it allowed her to stay linked to education while accommodating the demands of motherhood. Assistance arrived in surprising ways. In those initial months, former colleagues came together to arrange meal trains. Acquaintances she hardly recognized stepped forward to care for the little ones for a brief moment, granting her the chance to refresh herself or just catch her breath. Her parents, now enjoying their retirement in Florida, had arrived for the initial 6 weeks. Her father worked with quiet efficiency to assemble cribs, while her mother imparted the essential rhythms of caring for several infants simultaneously. Yet, they could not remain indefinitely, and in time, Sarah discovered that she was genuinely alone, with the 3 tiny beings relying on her for their every need. During the toughest nights, When all three were wailing simultaneously and her body felt heavy with fatigue, she would occasionally permit herself a fleeting moment of frustration directed at Alex. For his absence, for his ignorance, for the effortless way he had departed, oblivious to what he had forsaken. Those instances were fleeting. As she gazed at Emma, Noah, and Lily, names she had selected for their simplicity and strength, devoid of ties to either family, she found it impossible to regret the journey that had led them to her, despite the desperate challenges along the way. Emma was the first to arrive, coming into the world just 2 minutes ahead of her siblings, and she infused that firstborn spirit into all her endeavors. From her earliest days, her eyes sparkled with a keen awareness, absorbing the world around her with a focus that often caught adults off guard. She was the pioneer in rolling over, the trailblazer in sitting up, the first to grasp for toys with her determined little hands. At just 18 months, she had already claimed her role as the clear leader of the trio, choosing their games and skillfully navigating their little disagreements with a touch of toddler diplomacy. Noah placed second, more reserved than his sisters yet possessing an observant nature that overlooked nothing. As Emma surged ahead, Noah watched intently. His initial steps lagged behind those of his sisters, not due to an inability to walk, but rather because he appeared to be analyzing the mechanics of it, hesitant to try until he had unraveled the puzzle in his mind. Once he began, he seldom stumbled. His caution enveloped all aspects of life. New foods, new people, new experiences. Yet beneath that veneer lay a profound and genuine curiosity. Lily was the final one to show up, lighter than her siblings by nearly a pound, possessing a fragile nature that had caused Sarah countless sleepless nights filled with concern. What she may have lacked in physical strength, she compensated for with her profound sensitivity. Lily was the first to spot when another child felt down at playgroup, the one who offered her stuffed rabbit to anyone in tears, the one who appeared to soak up feelings from the atmosphere itself. She bore the closest resemblance to Alex, possessing his striking blue eyes and the subtle furrow that formed between her brows when she focused. These three children were remarkable, sharing the same visage while each possessing their own unique essence. Sarah observed their growth, feeling both awe and fear intertwine within her. Marvel at their strength, their happiness, their simple embrace of the world as it is. Fear looms large at the thought of nurturing them alone, without the cushion a companion might offer, considering the myriad dangers the world presents, and the inevitable inquiries that will arise. By the time they reached the age of 4, the inquiries had begun in earnest. "Mommy, why is it that Jenny doesn't have a daddy?" One evening, as Sarah tucked Emma into bed, the little girl's expression was earnest in the soft light of the nightlight. Sarah's heart tightened, yet she was ready for this moment, having practiced the phrases that would convey honesty without weighing heavily on her. Some families consist of a mother and a father. Some have 2 mothers or 2 fathers. Some families, like ours, consist of just a mother. Families may take on various forms, yet they are all woven together by love. Emma contemplated this with the seriousness of a magistrate assessing the facts. "But we had a father once, didn't we?" Tommy mentioned that everyone has a father figure, even if they aren't present in their lives. Sarah perched on the edge of the bed, gently tucking Emma's dark curls away from her forehead. "Indeed, you have a father figure. He resides at a considerable distance and has embraced a different existence now. Did he notice us when we were infants?" Noah stood in the doorway, his cherished book held tightly against his chest, his face a mask of mystery. Sarah felt a constriction in her throat. This was the challenge of raising triplets. Discussions flowed freely, with inquiries emerging from various angles simultaneously. "Absolutely not. He departed long before your arrival. Did he not desire our presence?" Lily's soft voice emerged from behind Noah, her lower lip quivering just a bit. "Oh darling, absolutely not." With a warm embrace, Sarah welcomed Lily into her lap, where she nestled comfortably against her shoulder. "He was unaware of your existence. He decided to embrace a new path long before I realized you were developing within me. Would he desire us if he were aware of our existence?" This comes from Noah, whose analytical mind is perpetually in pursuit of logical progression. Sarah paused, uncertainty flickering in her mind. In the past, she would have readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. The Alex she had wed had dreamed of parenthood in the future, sharing heartfelt thoughts about becoming a more devoted father than his own had ever been. Yet, the Alex she once knew had vanished long before the divorce, supplanted by a man whose aspirations had transformed him into a stranger she could hardly identify. "I'm not sure," she replied candidly. "Yet, my desire for you surpasses everything else in existence. You three are the most incredible blessing in my life." At this moment, that sufficed. In their youth, their universe revolved around her, the sanctuary she had crafted for them, and the familiar patterns and traditions that enveloped them in a sense of safety. Yet, Sarah was aware that these questions would resurface, transforming and intensifying as they matured and started to grasp the intricacies of adult decisions, of absence, and of the void a missing parent creates in a child's existence. The morning routine had evolved into a seamless performance of precision. At 5:30, Sarah rose to take a shower and get ready for the day, ensuring everything was in place before the children awoke. At 6:15, she was busy preparing breakfast, crafting various iterations of the same fundamental dish to suit each child's tastes. Emma preferred her toast sliced into triangles, with the crusts intact. Noah requested his slices to be cut into rectangles, with the crusts taken off. Lily devoured hers in one bite, but she needed a precise balance of peanut butter to jelly that Sarah had mastered through experience. "Emma, kindly refrain from kicking the table," Sarah remarked, her focus unwavering as she continued to pack the lunches. "Noah, have you completed your math worksheet yet?" "Last night, I accomplished it," Noah said, meticulously organizing his crayons in a vibrant spectrum next to his plate. "Ms. Garcia mentioned that I excel in subtraction." "That's because you're a genius?" Sarah said, planting a kiss on top of his head while she tucked his lunch box into his backpack. "Hey Mom, would it be possible for us to visit the park after school today?" Lily inquired, her voice still tinged with the soft remnants of slumber. "The one featuring the tranquil duck pond? We'll see, darling. I have a client meeting at 4, but if it wraps up quickly, perhaps we can swing by for a bit." "You always say we'll see, and that just means no," Emma grumbled, jabbing at her scrambled eggs with exaggerated intensity. With a heavy sigh, Sarah glanced at the clock. "It implies that I haven't made a decision at this point. Please complete your breakfast now. Ms. Chun will arrive in 15 minutes to take you to school, so please make sure you are dressed and have brushed your teeth before she gets here." For the last 2 years, Chun-Li had taken on the role of their nanny, a graduate student specializing in early childhood education, caring for the triplets during the days when Sarah had in-person client meetings. She represented the most reliable option for child care that Sarah had been able to secure, and the children truly cherished her presence. "Is it possible for Chun to take us to the park?" Emma, always the strategist, had identified a possible solution. She decided to reach out and see if she was available after school, recognizing the importance of choosing her moments wisely. "However, this can only happen if the three of you work together this morning. That signifies attire donned, dental hygiene attended to, and bedding arranged." The allure of the park cast its spell, and in just 10 minutes, all 3 children were clad in the outfits Sarah had prepared the night prior, their unruly morning hair smoothed into a semblance of order. With a gentle touch, Sarah assisted Lily in fastening the buttons on her cardigan, while Emma beamed with pride as she showcased her newly acquired skill of tying her own shoes. Noah meticulously tucked his homework folder into his backpack, ensuring that everything was in its rightful place. Miss Chan arrived exactly on schedule, her serene demeanor instantly easing the frayed nerves of the bustling morning. "Greetings, Mercers. Are we prepared for an amazing day ahead?" The children gathered around her, each eager to share their plans and dreams for the day ahead. Sarah seized the moment to collect her work materials, glancing at her calendar one final time to verify her appointments. She informed Chun that she would return by 3, barring any terrible traffic. "I've requested the Westbrook Academy to send their curriculum documents in advance. If they email them, could you please print them for me?" "Certainly," Chun nodded. No need to fret about anything here. Everything will be all right. Sarah knelt down, wrapping each child in a warm embrace, whispering the same heartfelt words to them all. Be kind, be brave, be you. I adore you beyond measure. Each morning, they exchanged these words as part of their cherished ritual. A gentle nudge of significance, a bond weaving through the moments they spent away from each other. As she observed Chin guiding the children toward the waiting car, their backpacks jostling with every step, Sarah experienced the familiar pull of overwhelming emotions. The intense pride in their blossoming autonomy intertwined with the bittersweet pang of time slipping away too swiftly. For years have passed swiftly, with each milestone marked by both joy and sorrow as the infants they once were evolved into the individuals they are now becoming. She had kept it from Alex. Not at the moment of their birth, their early arrival 6 weeks ahead of schedule thrusting her into a whirlwind of anxiety that stemmed not from the physical toll of bringing 3 babies into the world, but from the overwhelming dread of what lay ahead. Not in those initial, harsh months of adaptation, when merely surviving had been her sole objective. Not in the years that came after as she crafted a life focused on their needs, their schedules, their futures. The choice had begun as a means of safeguarding oneself. The idea of disrupting the delicate equilibrium she had established, of exposing her children to a father who could perceive them as a duty instead of a blessing, was simply intolerable. Then it had transformed into something far more intricate. A life built devoid of room for his existence. Children who were unaware of his absence. A story where his non-existence felt ordinary rather than a source of pain. Sarah had promised herself that she would recognize the moment, when the children were mature enough, when she felt resilient enough. Yet, the moment she anticipated never materialized, and with each passing moment of hesitation, the prospect of that conversation grew increasingly daunting. How do you inform a man that he has 3 children, all 4 years old, whom he has never met? How did you convey to those children that their father had been kept away from them due to your decision? There were no simple solutions, no effortless routes ahead. So Sarah continued the routine she had established since that pivotal day she left the doctor's office, carrying the weight of 3 lives blossoming within her. She concentrated on the subsequent essential task. Today, I attended a meeting with a distinguished private school that aimed to enhance their elementary science curriculum. Tomorrow will bring something entirely different. Amidst all the challenges, she poured her heart into loving her children, yearning for that love to bridge the gap left by a father's absence. What Sarah couldn't know, what she couldn't possibly anticipate, was that across the city in a glass tower reaching toward the sky, Alex Mercer sat in a boardroom discussing his company's latest philanthropic initiative, a generous contribution aimed at enhancing arts education in schools that lack resources. A contribution that would encompass a gala event showcasing performances by the very children it sought to assist. A grand event where destiny would at last bring together realms that had been drifting apart for far too long. For years had transformed Alex Mercer's existence in ways that were both anticipated and unexpected. Meridian Technologies experienced global expansion, with its value tripling due to his unwavering leadership. The penthouse was exchanged for a contemporary mansion with a view of Lake Michigan, its stylish design showcased in various publications. Achievement had fostered further achievement. Affirmation had trailed affirmation. Their connection with Vanessa had transformed from a fervent romance to a cozy alliance. They glided through the high society of Chicago with effortless grace, attending charity galas, exclusive clubs, and weekend retreats alongside individuals whose names graced the Forbes list. They embodied the ideal dynamic duo, their personas meticulously crafted for optimal influence. Despite his apparent achievements, Alex sometimes stood at his floor-to-ceiling windows in the stillness of night, gazing at the city lights, grappling with an emptiness he struggled to define. In these unguarded moments, the triumph seemed hollow, the accomplishment less fulfilling than the chase had proven to be. The board gave the green light to the Arts Education Initiative, Alex remarked, loosening his tie as he entered the living room where Vanessa was engrossed in her phone. $5 million allocated over a span of 3 years, culminating in a launch gala next month. Vanessa lifted her gaze, a spark of joy illuminating her face. Impeccable timing. This can be utilized by the PR team for the quarterly report. She gently patted the space beside her on the elegant sofa. Rebecca reached out regarding the Thompson merger. They seemed to be feeling anxious. This constituted their regular practice. Conversations about work spilling into private moments, planning sessions during meals, connecting with others even in close quarters. It was streamlined, fruitful, and advantageous for all involved. In the stillness that lingered between phrases, Alex found himself reflecting on conversations from a life that felt distant and foreign. Sarah shared her heartfelt reflections on her students' accomplishments, engaging in lively discussions about the books they had explored, and organizing spontaneous weekend hikes purely for the joy of being outdoors. He cast those thoughts aside. That existence was tied to another individual, an individual with fewer accomplishments, a man still on the journey to uncover his true capabilities. He glanced at his calendar and remarked, "I must attend the rehearsal for the gala. A children's choir is set to perform. Creates a favorable impression. I have that Fashion Week event in New York," Vanessa said, her gaze fixed elsewhere. "You've got this all by yourself." Alex nodded. The choice settled without a word exchanged. Their connection thrived on a foundation of practicality and self-sufficiency. Clear thoughts, free from unnecessary attachments. It was precisely what he had desired. Was it not? In the week that followed, Alex found himself seated in solitude within the vacant auditorium of the Lakeside Cultural Center, scrolling through emails on his phone as a flustered choir director busily organized 20 small children on risers. He intended to make a quick visit, deliver the appropriate remarks to the organizers, and entrust the specifics to his team. However, his assistant had urged him to remain for at least a portion of the rehearsal, citing the importance of genuine involvement with the cause. "All right, my shining stars, gather around," the director announced, lifting her hands high. Alex looked up, his focus drawn to the clear, melodious voices blending in perfect harmony. The youngsters, aged 4 to 6, wore identical blue t-shirts, some shifting restlessly while others stood with focused intensity. His eyes wandered over their faces, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, despite his efforts to resist. At that moment, his gaze fell upon them. 3 children positioned closely together in the rear row. 3 identical faces, each adorned with dark hair and captivating features. 3 pairs of eyes he knew with an instinctual clarity. Those captivating eyes. Her cheekbones, a striking feature inherited from his mother. The resolute line of his father's jaw. The device fell from his grasp, hitting the ground with a sharp clatter. Alex rose suddenly, the color draining from his face as the weight of realization hit him like a tidal wave. Simply couldn't be done. Nevertheless, it was impossible to dispute. The smallest girl at the end turned her gaze towards him, her eyes filled with curiosity and a sense of ease. She was unaware. How was she able to do that? Yet, there was an element in that pure gaze that broke apart something essential within him. "Excuse me, Mr. Mercer? Is everything okay?" The event coordinator stood beside him, her voice laced with concern. Alex was at a loss for words. His gaze lingered on the children. His children, lost in the melody of the choir, remained unaware of the tremors shaking the very foundation of his world. The 3 kids sitting in the back. He finally found the words, his voice sounding unfamiliar to him. "The trio. What is their surname?" The coordinator tracked his gaze. "Ah, the Mercer triplets. Delightful little ones. Their mother oversees our education program. Are you interested in meeting them after rehearsal?" Mercer. His name was known to them. These children, whom he had never known to exist, bore his name. The weight of the implications hit him like a series of relentless storms. Sarah was expecting when he departed. Sarah had welcomed into the world not just 1, but 3 of his children. Sarah had nurtured them on her own, never informing him, never asking for his assistance, never allowing him the opportunity to embrace his role as their father. Fury, disbelief, and an overwhelming sense of remorse battled within him. He had distanced himself from his marriage, but he had never turned his back on his children. The decision was taken out of his hands. As the rehearsal concluded, Alex remained motionless, his gaze fixed on a woman who stepped through a side door. Sarah. Her hair had been trimmed more than he recalled, her figure more delicate, yet her gestures felt hauntingly recognizable. She knelt down to engage with one of the children, her touch soft as she adjusted a little boy's collar. The children encircled her, each one chattering simultaneously, their tiny hands moving expressively. She absorbed every word, her serious nods reflecting her deep engagement with the conversation. A household. Finish it on your own. Alex found himself in motion, his legs guiding him across the auditorium floor with an instinctive grace. As he drew near, Sarah's gaze lifted, her face transforming from bewilderment to astonishment, settling into a state of resigned awareness, as though she had anticipated this encounter all along. "Alex," she said, her voice steady as she turned to confront him. "They belong to me. It's not a question." He was completely convinced. Sarah's chin rose just a bit. Indeed, the three children exchanged glances with the adults, their faces reflecting curiosity as they felt the palpable tension, yet remained unaware of its origin. "Mom?" the little boy asked, his voice wavering. "Who might this be?" Sarah paused, her gaze fixed intently on Alex's expression. "This is a longtime companion from my past." "They have no idea," Alex stated bluntly, the phrase carrying both blame and understanding. "Not at this moment." Sarah spoke with a calm demeanor, yet the quick rhythm of her pulse was evident at her throat. "This setting isn't suitable for our discussion." Alex felt the urge to contest, to seek clarity, to convey the tempest of feelings raging within him. Yet, amidst his astonishment, he acknowledged the validity of her statements. Absent from this place. Not in the presence of three unsuspecting children whose lives were on the brink of an irreversible transformation. "Tomorrow," he declared, his voice hushed and charged with emotion. "We'll chat tomorrow." Sarah gave a brief nod, her hand naturally reaching out to pull the children in closer. "My abode. It is now 10 o'clock. As Alex walked away, his mind swirling with implications and questions, he heard one of the children, the assertive little girl who had to be the oldest, asking, "Mom, why did that man look so angry?" He missed Sarah's response. Yet the inquiry settled within him, a tangible ache in his heart. In their eyes, he was not a father stripped of his rights. He was not a man who had overlooked 4 years of their existence. He was merely an unfamiliar face who had gazed at their mother with a fierce intensity. For the first time since leaving his marriage, Alex Mercer faced the profound reality of what he had lost, what he had discarded in his quest for an alternate existence. For the first time, he found himself at a loss, unsure of how to mend what lay in disarray. Alex lingered through the night, enveloped in a fog of incredulity and readiness. He called off meetings, brushed aside Vanessa's calls, and delved into extensive research on paternal rights, child development, and the effects of absent fathers. By morning, his emotional turmoil had solidified into a resolute determination. These were his offspring. He possessed rights. He would become an integral part of their lives. He was taken aback by the unexpected charm of Sarah's home. It was not the humble dwelling he had anticipated, but rather a beautifully preserved brownstone nestled along a tree-lined street. The porch railing cradled a row of children's bicycles, their frames resting gently against the wood. The sidewalk was adorned with vibrant chalk drawings. It appeared to be a dwelling filled with warmth and affection. She swung the door wide before he had the chance to rap on it, her demeanor cautious. "The kids are enjoying their time at the park with their nanny. We have a couple of hours." The living room exuded warmth and cheer, with toys arranged in an orderly fashion on the shelves, while framed creations, undoubtedly crafted by little hands, adorned the walls. Images adorned an entire wall. 3 infants resting in hospital bassinets. 3 little ones joyfully splashing in a kiddie pool. 3 young children beaming with joy as they showcased their colorful finger paintings. A life meticulously recorded that he had completely overlooked. "When were you planning to share that with me?" Alex insisted, his tone laced with restrained fury. Sarah positioned herself opposite him, her stance poised yet relaxed. To be frank, I'm uncertain. You shouldn't have kept this from me. Perhaps not, she admitted, catching him off guard. At that moment, I believed I was making the choice that would serve their interests best. Ideal for them, or most convenient for you? The allegation lingered in the air between them. Sarah's eyes sparkled with intensity. This has not been easy, Alex. Silence prevails. You ought to have shared the news with me when you discovered you were expecting. Is it the right choice for me? Her voice carried a subtle yet powerful intensity. You had just walked away from me for someone else. You made it abundantly clear that my presence was not part of your new life. What makes me think it would encompass them? Alex ran a hand through his hair, a wave of frustration washing over him. That was unique. What is this? The decision is yours. Sarah inclined her body, eager and attentive. You decided to leave our marriage behind. I decided to shield my children from being a burden to a father who was unwilling to embrace the life they brought with them. Our children, he instinctively amended. Indeed, she recognized. In terms of biology, they are our offspring. Yet for 4 years, they have belonged to me in every significant aspect. I have stood by through every fever, every nightmare, every first word, every scraped knee. The impact of her words pierced deeper than he had anticipated. He had overlooked it all. Their arrival, their initial strides, their inaugural utterances. Instances he could never retrieve. Share their story with me, he urged at last, his tone gentle despite his efforts to remain composed. A change flickered in Sarah's expression. This was, at the very least, a secure foundation. Emma is the eldest by a mere 2 minutes. She stands as our guiding force, resolute, unyielding, and ever in command. Next in line was Noah. He is our contemplative one, careful and perceptive, possessing a memory that captures every detail. Lily is the tiniest and the most youthful. She possesses a deep sensitivity and intuition, reflecting qualities that resonate with you. Alex took in this information with an intense urgency, as if it were the only thing that could quench his desperate need. Do they inquire about my presence? Sarah paused, uncertainty flickering in her mind. They have begun to. They are aware of a father residing in a different place. They are aware you departed prior to their arrival. They lack the specifics. What will you convey to them now? I'm still uncertain. She locked eyes with him unwaveringly. What is it that you seek, Alex? Do you truly desire that? Because if you believe you can simply stroll in and out of their lives whenever it suits you, or treat them as mere props in your narrative of success, I will stand against you with all my might. The intensity in her voice was undeniable, like a lioness fiercely guarding her young. It ought to have stirred his ire. Instead, he discovered a newfound respect for her because of it. He expressed a surprising sincerity when he said, I want to know them. I desire for them to truly understand who I am. In what capacity? The father who unexpectedly enters their lives? The individual who departed from their mother? How can we convey that to 3-4-year-olds in a way that protects their well-being? Alex overlooked the practical complexities involved. In his professional realm, challenges had resolutions. The discussions were guided by well-defined goals. This was a realm yet to be explored. We begin at a leisurely pace, he proposed, the strategy taking shape as he articulated his thoughts. I am presented to you as a companion. They find ease in my presence. When the moment arrives, we reveal the truth to them. Sarah observed him intently, probing for a hint in his demeanor. What if they turn you away? What if they are upset? Do they require some time? Will your sense of self endure that? The inquiry struck with more force than she likely meant it to. Could his sense of self withstand the sting of rejection from his own offspring? Could he possess the patience to cultivate their trust instead of insisting upon it? I'm not sure, he confessed. However, I am eager to give it a shot. There was a quality in his sincerity that touched her deeply. Sarah let out a breath, feeling the tightness in her shoulders begin to lift. A single meeting. In this sanctuary, they find comfort and security. We'll observe the unfolding events. There are no guarantees beyond this point. It fell short of his desires. It fell short of expectations. Yet it marked the start of something new. When will it be? This weekend. On a Saturday morning. They tend to be at their most vibrant during the morning hours. Alex nodded, the weight of his agreement crashing down on him in that moment. He was set to encounter his children, not in the role of their father, but as an unfamiliar figure they had no cause to regard. Sarah added that there was something else you should know. Something significant. Alex steeled himself, contemplating what other profound truths might emerge after everything he had already discovered. They have always been without a father figure in their lives. There were no romantic partners, nor were there any male figures in my life who transcended the roles of friends or educators. You will be venturing into unknown realms for them. She hesitated. Kindly ensure you meet their expectations, Alex. They have never felt such profound pain before. The burden of duty pressed upon him, tangible and heavy. In the realm of commerce, setbacks signified monetary decline, tarnished image and valuable insights gained. In this context, failure signified the potential for something profoundly valuable to be shattered. As he departed from Sarah's residence that day, Alex sensed a profound transformation within himself. The individual who ascended those steps 3 hours prior, filled with anger, a sense of entitlement, and unwavering confidence in his rights, was no longer the same person who descended them now. He burst in, insisting on recognition as a father. He departed with a profound realization that fatherhood was a privilege he must strive to attain. The persistent buzzing of his phone echoed from his pocket. Once more, it's Vanessa. The board, his aide, the ceaseless expectations of the realm he had created. After years of constant communication, Alex finally chose to leave the calls unanswered. There were more significant matters to contemplate now. 3 additional significant points. The days leading up to Saturday seemed to drag on without end. Alex felt his focus slipping during meetings, his thoughts drifting to uncharted questions. Were they fond of sports? Were there any allergies present? Did they harbor a fear of the darkness? What brought them joy? What caused their tears? On Thursday, he found himself in a toy store, gazing at the shelves filled with games and stuffed animals, utterly perplexed. What do 4-year-olds even enjoy? Is it appropriate for him to bring gifts to this initial meeting? Or might that come across as a form of bribery? He departed without anything in hand, feeling even more unsure than when he had arrived. On Friday night, he found himself in his vast closet, examining the neatly arranged rows of tailored suits and high-end casual attire, feeling a mounting sense of irritation. Everything felt off about meeting his children for the first time. Overly formal, excessively stiff, and quite daunting. He ultimately chose jeans and a straightforward button-down shirt, attire he seldom donned but that could help him appear more inviting, less like the unfamiliar figure he felt he was. As Saturday morning dawned, Alex sat in his parked car outside Sarah's brownstone, a full 20 minutes ahead of schedule. His heart raced with a familiar anxiety, reminiscent of the nerves he experienced during his first major investor pitch over a decade ago. The stakes were undeniably elevated at that time. They had become immeasurable at this point. At exactly 10 o'clock, he ascended the steps and pressed the doorbell, experiencing the sensation of a man on the brink of a precipice, uncertain of what lay beneath. The door swung open, unveiling Sarah in her relaxed weekend attire, her face a study in careful neutrality. "They are in the playroom," she remarked. "I mentioned that my longtime friend is coming to visit and is looking forward to meeting them." Alex nodded, his throat constricted, leaving him speechless. She guided him through the house to a bright room at the rear, where 3 little ones were absorbed in constructing what seemed to be an enormous block tower. "Emma, Noah, Lily," Sarah called gently. "Allow me to introduce you to my friend Alex." 3 identical faces faced him, 3 pairs of eyes, his own eyes, observing him with different shades of curiosity, caution, and receptiveness. In that instant, a transformation occurred in Alex's world, rearranging all he believed he understood about himself, his existence, and what truly held significance. These had transformed into tangible realities. They were not rights that could be demanded or negotiated. They were genuine, vibrant, and integral aspects of his being that had thrived in the world unbeknownst to him. And now that he had witnessed them, now that he found himself in their midst, he understood with unwavering conviction that everything would change from this moment forward. The initial gathering was straightforward yet deeply impactful. Alex found himself on the floor of Sarah's living room, clumsily constructing block towers alongside 3 children who were blissfully unaware of their connection to him. "Do you create things as well?" Emma inquired directly. "I create businesses," Alex responded. "As a cohesive unit." Emma nodded, content with this clarification. As the afternoon unfolded, Alex eagerly took in every nuance, from Emma's innate ability to lead, to Noah's meticulous observations, and Lily's gentle empathy. He recognized a reflection of himself within them, yet he also perceived Sarah's impact in their kindness and curiosity. "Will you return?" Lily inquired as he got ready to depart, her tiny hand finding its way into his. "I would love to," he replied, glancing at Sarah for her approval. "We might consider doing this again next weekend," she suggested with a hint of hesitation. "Perhaps the park, provided the weather is favorable." As Alex drove home, he sensed a change in his priorities. The pressing calls and messages from work, from Vanessa, suddenly felt less significant. After many years, he found himself pondering the life he had constructed. At home, Vanessa waited with a simmering restlessness. "Where have you been hiding?" He mentioned, rather insufficiently, that he had some personal matters to address. "This concerns the lady at the gala, correct? The one featuring the triplets." He confessed that she is his former spouse. "And the kids belong to me. Kids I had no idea were out there until just a week back." Vanessa's expression transformed from disbelief to a measured evaluation. "This need not alter anything. Engage a competent attorney, organize visitation, and ensure child support payments are made. It's a challenge, not a disaster." "It's not as straightforward as that," he murmured softly. "I refuse to be merely a weekend dad who only provides financial support. They are worthy of so much more." As Alex gazed at Vanessa's strikingly beautiful face, he couldn't shake the feeling that the life they had crafted together now seemed empty, especially when contrasted with just a few hours spent in Sarah's humble home, surrounded by 3 children who bore his likeness. "I don't have all the answers just yet," he admitted with sincerity. "Yet, I understand that returning to the past is not an option." As time went by, Alex established himself as a familiar figure in the children's lives. Every visit unveiled fresh insights, Emma's bold excitement, Noah's analytical approach, Lily's soft awareness. Every farewell became increasingly difficult. His professional life took a downturn. Board members observed his lack of focus, his abrupt absence on weekends. Vanessa stepped back, observing his transformation with a keen and detached scrutiny. On a serene Sunday morning at the park, as Alex gently pushed Emma on the swings, Lily posed a simple yet profound question that shifted the atmosphere. "What do dads do?" The inquiry lingered, suspended in the atmosphere. Alex paused, gripping the swing chains tightly, his gaze locking onto Sarah's from across the playground. A change flickered across her face, an acknowledgement that the time had come. She approached and settled down next to Lily. Fathers engage in a variety of activities. They nurture their children, engaging in play and showering them with love and affection. Similar to Chen's father, Noah gave a nod. He repairs items and narrates tales with amusing intonations. Sarah's gaze locked with Alex's, an unspoken understanding flowing between them. She gave a subtle nod. "Emma, could you pause your swinging for just a moment?" Sarah inquired softly. "We must discuss something significant with the 3 of you." The children assembled, their faces alight with curiosity. Alex knelt beside Sarah, heart racing with intensity. "Recall our conversations about your father?" Sarah commenced, "regarding his residence in a different location." "Indeed, life can be quite intricate at times. Alex is more than a friend to me. He is, in fact, your father." 3 pairs of identical eyes fixed on him, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. "But you said Dad wasn't here," Emma challenged Sarah. Sarah confirmed that he wasn't. "Before you came into the world, Alex and I had already gone our separate ways. He was unaware of your existence until he caught sight of you during choir practice." Noah observed Alex's face intently and remarked, "That's why you resemble us. Lily possesses the same captivating gaze as you do. If you are our father, why don't you stay with us?" Emma insisted. Her question hit him with an unexpected force. Alex glanced at Sarah, his face betraying a sense of urgency. "Before you came into this world, your dad and I made some decisions," Sarah said softly. "We have chosen to end our marriage. However, that doesn't imply he can't play a role in your lives at this moment. Would you like to take on the role of our father?" Lily inquired softly, her petite face reflecting a solemn expression. Alex sensed the onset of tears. Above all else, he murmured. The children absorbed this revelation in their own unique ways. Emma kept a wary distance, insisting on evidence and clarifications. Noah watched intently, posing thoughtful inquiries about what might shift. To everyone's astonishment, Lily effortlessly took Alex's hand and clasped it gently. "I always knew we had a dad somewhere," she said, her voice carrying the innocent certainty of a child. As they strolled back to the cars, Sarah gently brushed her fingers against Alex's arm. "This is merely the start," she cautioned. "Questions may arise, leading to confusion and perhaps even anger. Time will be necessary for them." "Time is on my side," Alex assured. "I'm here to stay." While he was driving home that evening, his phone began to ring. Vanessa. He allowed it to slip into voicemail. His priorities had changed forever. The path he had embraced was no longer the path he desired. The weeks that came after the revelation were filled with turmoil. Emma kept her distance, challenging Alex with tough questions and moments of resistance. Noah observed him with a keen eye, meticulously noting every exchange. Only Lily welcomed him wholeheartedly, her trust a precious offering and a weight he dreaded not upholding. "You can't simply arrive and assume we'll embrace you," Emma asserted in a charged moment. "You weren't present earlier." "You're right," Alex conceded, her candidness cutting yet essential. "I was absent and missed a great deal. That is beyond my control. Yet, I find myself present in this moment, and I desire to remain here not just today, but also tomorrow and the days that follow." Gradually, with a sense of hesitation, the walls started to fall apart. Emma permitted him to instruct her in chess, feeling a quiet sense of pride when she seized his king. Noah generously offered his science books, delving into intricate concepts with a sense of gravity. Lily effortlessly intertwined her fingers with his during their walks, as though it were the most instinctive act imaginable. At work, Alex implemented changes that astonished the corporate landscape. He withdrew from his role as CEO, designating his CFO to assume operational leadership. He revamped his timetable, entrusted tasks he had previously held onto tightly, and set clear limits on his availability. During a tense meeting, one board member charged, "You're discarding everything you've worked for." "I'm not discarding it," Alex clarified with a steady tone. "I am reassessing my priorities." The conclusion of his relationship with Vanessa unfolded with unexpected grace. She had anticipated the changes, assessing her choices with the same level of practicality that had first drawn him to her. "We desire different things," she stated plainly. "We truly always did. Your desire for success stemmed from a need for validation. I desired it purely for what it was." On a Tuesday, she departed, her meticulously arranged belongings packed with skillful accuracy. Alex experienced a sense of liberation instead of sorrow as he observed her departure. The real challenge emerged at a school festival held at the Triplets preschool. As he walked in with Sarah, the murmurs among the other parents began, a wave of speculation coursing through the gathering. They sat side by side, observing the children as they took the stage, an uneasy assembly still navigating the contours of their connection. Emma noticed him in the crowd and, for the first time, waved with enthusiasm. Noah indicated him to their teacher with a sense of gravity. "That's my dad." Lily dashed to him afterward, leaping into his embrace with unwavering faith. "You arrived," she stated plainly. "I vowed I would," he responded, his voice heavy with feeling. Later that evening, after dropping the children off following their ice cream outing, Alex hesitated at Sarah's door. "Thank you," he murmured softly. "For them. For granting me access." Sarah regarded him with careful consideration. She noted that he was no longer the same man who had departed. Indeed, he consented. "I am not. Consistency is essential, Alex. Neither extravagant displays nor costly presents. Merely an individual who arrives consistently, time after time. That's the person I aspire to become," he vowed. "That's the person I'm evolving into." As he drove off, his phone vibrated with a notification from his realtor. The house he had asked about, merely 3 blocks from Sarah's, was up for grabs. A simple abode, far from the grandeur of his estate, yet close enough for the children to reach with ease. He expressed his interest right away. The once mighty mogul, who had gauged his success through acquisitions and stock market fluctuations, now immersed himself in the world of school districts and venues for children's birthday celebrations. The man who had left a marriage behind for something greater now yearned only to prove himself deserving of the 3 small lives that reflected in his gaze. In just 6 months, Alex Mercer's life underwent a total transformation. The penthouse with its stunning glass walls had found a new owner, while the grand mansion awaited its next chapter on the market. He resided in a cozy abode, complete with a backyard ideal for 3 lively kids. His walls showcased crayon drawings instead of high-priced art pieces. His weekends centered on soccer matches and science exhibits instead of charity events. The trio dedicated every Wednesday evening and alternating weekends to his company, a timetable that developed organically as confidence deepened. His residence featured 3 thoughtfully adorned bedrooms, each showcasing the unique character of its inhabitant. Emma's painted a striking blue, adorned with star charts on the ceiling. Noah's space is adorned with bookshelves to accommodate his expanding collection. Lily's gentle green hue adorned with twinkling fairy lights draped gracefully across the windows. Today was a remarkable occasion, celebrating their 5th birthday. Alex reached Sarah's house ahead of time, arms brimming with thoughtfully selected presents and a cake from their beloved bakery. "Father." Lily was the first to see him as she dashed to the door in her party dress. The phrases continued to stir deep feelings within him each time they resonated in his ears. Noah came forward, his keen eye for detail evident as always. "Do you have any chocolate cake? Featuring a raspberry filling?" "As you asked, Alex has confirmed." Emma leaped down the stairs, her superhero cape billowing dramatically over her dress. "Have you brought the science kit? The one featuring genuine experiments?" He assured that he had brought precisely what each of you requested. "Just that, nothing more, nothing less." Sarah emerged in the kitchen doorway, drying her hands with a towel. "You've arrived ahead of schedule." He offered to help set up, and I thought I could assist. There was a subtle shift in her expression. Throughout months of co-parenting, their dynamic transformed from a strained politeness to a sincere respect, and lately, it had blossomed into what seemed to resemble friendship. The backyard was a vibrant spectacle, adorned with colorful balloons and fluttering streamers. Friends from school would be arriving shortly, yet for the moment it was just the 5 of them, a family dynamic none had expected, but one that was starting to feel unexpectedly fitting. While Alex meticulously hung decorations according to Emma's detailed instructions, he noticed Sarah observing him, her expression one of contemplation. "Excuse me?" he inquired. She reflected on the significant changes that have occurred. "Just a year back, your presence was completely unknown to them. A year ago, I was completely unaware of their existence," he replied, "or how devoid of meaning my existence felt without them." The celebration erupted in a delightful whirlwind, filled with laughter, playful contests, gifts, and children buzzing with sugar and thrill. Amidst everything, Alex couldn't help but observe Sarah. Her calm demeanor with exuberant 5-year-olds, her steady assurance, her genuine joy in their playful mischief. As the final guest made their exit and the triplets succumbed to their sugar-induced fatigue, Alex and Sarah settled onto the porch steps, taking in the remnants of the evening's festivities. They seem content, Sarah murmured softly. You have accomplished that. Enhanced their existence significantly. He confessed that they had reciprocated in kind. I believed I possessed it all in the past. I possessed nothing of significance. In the dimming glow, Sarah observed him intently. You've truly transformed. I trust it will be for the best. Absolutely for the best. The quiet that enveloped them was soothing, a stark contrast to the charged confrontations of their initial encounters. I've been pondering, Alex remarked thoughtfully. The little ones are about to embark on their kindergarten journey. You'll gain additional time for personal pursuits and professional growth. She nodded, anticipation hanging in the air. I am seeking a director for the educational foundation I established. A person with a deep understanding of curriculum development, possessing genuine classroom experience, and a true passion for creating positive change. He took a moment to reflect. Someone akin to you. Sarah's eyes grew large with surprise. Are you presenting me with an opportunity for employment? He clarified that he was merely suggesting a possibility. The foundation operates independently from my company. Your reports would go to the board, not to me. You would be the one to create the program. She regarded this as her thoughtful expression. After a moment of contemplation, she finally replied, I'll consider it. It has been quite a while since I considered my professional journey outside of consulting. You would be incredible, he stated plainly. The birthday marked yet another significant milestone. Emma had at last embraced him completely. As the celebration drew to a close, she approached him with an unusual sense of uncertainty. Father. The phrases lingered with a fresh resonance as they escaped her mouth. May I pose a question to you? He had vowed to do anything. What made you decide to leave Mom? Prior to our existence, the inquiry he had been fearing presented with a youthful, unfiltered inquisitiveness. He glanced at Sarah, who gave a subtle nod, granting him the go-ahead to reveal a facet of their reality. He confessed to Emma, I made a mistake. I believed that other matters held greater significance, such as success and the importance of money. I acknowledge my mistake. Yet you returned, she remarked, contemplating this. Once I learned about the three of you, he affirmed it. That choice turned out to be the most rewarding one I've ever made. She had pondered this deeply before stating, Don't let that happen again, and went back to her cake. In the serene stillness following the festivities, Alex found himself beside Sarah, enveloped in a tranquility that eluded him throughout his years of corporate triumph. He suddenly said, I never expressed my gratitude to you. What for? For nurturing them solo for 4 years. For executing such an outstanding task. For allowing me to re-enter your life despite the many reasons you had to keep me out. Sarah beamed, her expression radiating sincere warmth. They have a right to know their father, particularly when he revealed himself to be quite talented. A faint sound from the entrance drew their gaze. Lily lingered in her pajamas, holding tightly to her cherished stuffed rabbit. I can't sleep, she declared. Excessive cake. As Sarah began to stand, Alex softly placed a hand on her arm. I can handle this. Is that acceptable? She nodded, easing herself back onto the step. Alex lifted Lily effortlessly, her petite form feeling like second nature in his embrace. What do you think of a tale? A tale of a princess who is also a brilliant scientist. She sleepily requested the company of a misunderstood dragon. Without a doubt, he consented, lifting her into his arms. Through the open door, Sarah observed as Alex nestled into the children's reading chair, with Lily comfortably curled against him. His voice danced through the air, weaving an animated tale that had become his hallmark, crafting realms where princesses embarked on scientific quests and dragons simply sought companionship. Noah and Emma, drawn by the unfolding tale, emerged from their rooms and nestled onto the chair beside their sister, the three of them seamlessly fitting into the embrace crafted by their father's arms. In that moment, observing the man who had once left her now cradling their children with such tenderness, Sarah sensed the final remnants of her past anger fade away. The journey that led them to this point was fraught with hardship, intricacies, and a series of errors and miscommunications. Yet, witnessing Alex with his children, observing the father he had transformed into, the man he had evolved into, she found no reason to regret the path taken. At times, the most winding paths take you precisely to your destination. As the tale came to an end and 3 drowsy children were nestled back into their beds, Alex made his way to the porch where Sarah awaited him. A change had occurred between them, an emerging comprehension, a potential future neither had foreseen. "They've drifted off," he murmured gently, taking his place beside her once more. "She noted your skill in that area. The evening ritual. I was fortunate to have an outstanding instructor." He smiled at her, the expression illuminating his eyes in a manner it never had throughout their marriage. The evening enveloped them in a cozy embrace, as stars began to twinkle in the deepening twilight. Neither was driven to break the stillness with conversation. There would be moments for dialogue, for opportunities, for whatever could blossom in this unforeseen second chapter. For the moment, it was sufficient to share the quietude on the porch steps of a house filled with slumbering little ones. 3 extraordinary lives that transformed everything, bringing a father home in unimaginable ways, and revealing to a successful man the genuine essence of wealth. Be sure to subscribe for more captivating tales like this one. Tap the bell icon to stay updated with every new video release. If this piqued your interest, be sure to explore our other videos. There's a wealth of content waiting for you.
The rain poured steadily over the city of Portland, soaking the streets and bringing a damp chill to the air. Emma Carter tightened her coat around her shoulders, holding tightly to her young son Liam's small hand. The two walked past puddles on the sidewalk, Emma's mind racing with overdue bills and a string of failed interviews. She had lost her job 2 months ago, and despite her efforts, every door seemed to close in her face. But no matter how hard things got, Emma refused to give up. "Are you cold, Liam?" Emma asked, squeezing his hand a little tighter. Liam shook his head, a small smile on his face. "I'm okay, Mom. We'll be fine." His hopeful words were like a ray of light cutting through the darkness. When Emma received an email inviting her for an interview with the foster family, she felt a glimmer of hope for the first time in weeks. They needed a personal chef and caretaker, and Emma knew she could do it. Taking a deep breath, Emma silently promised herself, no matter what it took, she would give Liam a better future. The taxi pulled up in front of a grand home nestled in a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of Portland. Emma gazed up, her eyes widening in awe. Before her stood the Foster estate, an imposing mansion with marble columns, manicured gardens, and an ornate iron gate. "Wow, Mom!" Liam exclaimed, his eyes round with wonder. "Is this a castle?" Emma chuckled softly, brushing back Liam's hair. "Maybe, kiddo, but right now we need to show them that I belong here." Leading Liam through the gate, Emma walked to the front door. It swung open to reveal a tall man in his 40s. Ethan Foster, the homeowner, stood with the composed air of someone used to command. He wore a tailored suit, but his face bore the weariness of a man carrying too much. "Miss Carter," Ethan said, his deep voice polite but distant. "Welcome to my home." "Thank you, Mr. Foster. This is my son, Liam." Ethan glanced down, his expression softening at the sight of Liam. "Hello, Liam. I hope you'll feel at home here." Emma followed Ethan inside. The interior was no less magnificent. Polished wooden floors, art-lined walls, and a dazzling crystal chandelier. She felt like she had stepped into another world. But Olivia, Ethan's 8-year-old daughter, pulled her sharply back to reality. The girl stared at Emma and Liam, her gaze icy and distant, as if to say, "You don't belong here." The first evening at the Foster estate proved to be a challenging one for Emma. While she busied herself preparing dinner, Liam tried chatting with Olivia, but his efforts were met with nothing but cold silence. "Would you like to help me cook, Olivia?" Emma asked, hoping to spark some connection. Olivia folded her arms and frowned. "I don't need anyone to cook for me. My mom always did it herself." Her words hung in the air like a sharp knife. Emma took a deep breath. "Your mom must have been an amazing cook," she replied, her tone calm. "But if you give me a chance, I could make something you'd like." When dinner was served, however, Olivia flatly refused to eat. "I'm not hungry," she said, pushing her plate away. Ethan sighed, shooting Olivia a warning glance, but the girl simply bowed her head and stared at her napkin. Sitting next to Olivia, Liam glanced at her plate and grinned. "Are you sure? This roast is really good," he said with cheerful enthusiasm. Olivia shot him a glare, but didn't reply. After dinner, Emma returned to the kitchen to clean up. When she walked in, she noticed a few cooking utensils had been rearranged haphazardly. It didn't take long for her to figure out who the culprit was. Instead of getting angry, Emma calmly put everything back in place and said, loudly enough for Olivia to hear, "Looks like this kitchen needs a little organization, doesn't it?" That night, as Emma passed the living room, she heard the faint sound of a piano. Peeking in, she saw Olivia playing a soft, melancholy tune. Emma stood quietly by the door, mesmerized by the girl's talent. When the song ended, Emma spoke softly. "That was beautiful, Olivia. I'm really impressed." Olivia turned to glance at her, a flicker of emotion crossing her face before she quickly looked away without a word. The next few days at the Foster estate were still challenging, but Emma started noticing small shifts in Olivia's behavior. The girl remained reserved, but was no longer entirely ignoring her. One afternoon, while Liam was playing in the garden, Emma decided to sit with Olivia in the living room. She brought a small apple tart and placed it on the table between them. "I hope you like apple tarts. This is a recipe my mom used to make when I was little," Emma said gently. Olivia eyed the tart, a flicker of curiosity in her expression. "Was your mom a chef?" Olivia asked, breaking the silence. Emma shook her head. "No, she worked at a little bakery. But she always said cooking was her way of showing love." Olivia stayed quiet for a moment, then said, "My mom used to bake with me too, but now no one does anymore." Her voice trailed off as she looked down. Emma placed her hand lightly on the table, not pushing Olivia to say more. "Losing someone you love is really hard, Olivia. I understand how that feels." Olivia's eyes widened slightly. "You've lost someone too?" Emma nodded. "Liam's dad, my husband. Liam was very little then, but we got through it because we had each other." Emma's story seemed to strike a chord with Olivia. That evening, Olivia played a new piano piece for Emma and Liam. When she finished, Liam clapped enthusiastically. "You're amazing," he said with admiration. Olivia blushed slightly but smiled, a real, genuine smile for the first time since Emma had arrived. The next day, Emma and Liam organized a small picnic in the garden. Emma purposely invited Olivia, but wasn't surprised when the girl declined. However, as she watched Liam kick a ball around, Olivia couldn't resist and eventually joined in. The three of them played until the sun began to set. Before heading back inside, Olivia hesitated for a moment before saying, "Thank you for today, Miss Carter." Emma smiled, feeling as though Olivia's defensive walls were finally starting to come down. Things seemed to be progressing well, but tension began to rise when Ethan misunderstood Emma's intentions. One afternoon, while Emma was tidying up the living room, she noticed Olivia holding an old painting, a piece Charlotte, Olivia's mother, had created before she passed away. "You like to fix the frame on this? I think with a little cleaning and a new frame, it would look as good as new," Emma suggested gently. Olivia nodded, and the two began working on the painting together. When Ethan walked into the room, he stopped abruptly, his gaze freezing on Emma and Olivia as they worked. "What are you doing?" he asked, his tone firm. Emma looked up, surprised. "We're just fixing the frame on this painting." Olivia wanted to keep it in better condition. Ethan stepped closer, his voice tinged with tension. "That painting is very personal to Olivia and Charlotte. You shouldn't interfere with things like this." His words hung heavy in the air. Olivia looked up, alarmed by her father's tone. "I asked Ms. Carter to help, Dad," Olivia protested, her voice filled with emotion. Emma took a steady breath and replied calmly, "I don't mean to replace anyone, Mr. Foster. I only want to help Olivia preserve the memories that matter to her." Ethan stood silent for a moment, his face softening. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, turning to Olivia. "If this is what you want, then go ahead." Later that evening, as the aroma of Emma's cooking filled the kitchen, Olivia appeared quietly at the doorway. Her small voice broke the silence. "Thank you for not leaving when Dad got upset," she said, her vulnerability evident in her words. Emma knelt down, placing a reassuring hand on Olivia's shoulder. "I'm not going anywhere, Olivia. I'm here to help, no matter how hard it gets." One peaceful afternoon in the Foster garden, Liam and Olivia were playing with a kite Ethan had recently bought for them. Caught up in the fun, Olivia noticed the kite get stuck in a tall tree. Determined to retrieve it, she began climbing. "Be careful, Olivia," Emma called out from a distance, worry evident in her voice as she watched the girl climb higher and higher. But Olivia, stubborn and eager to prove herself, continued upward. Suddenly, a branch snapped. Olivia slipped and began to fall. In an instant, Emma sprinted forward, catching the girl just before she hit the ground. The momentum knocked them both onto the grass, but thankfully, neither was seriously hurt. "Are you okay, Olivia?" Emma asked, checking her over for injuries. Olivia trembled, her eyes wide with fear. I thought I was going to fall hard," she whispered. Emma pulled Olivia into a gentle embrace, stroking her back to calm her. "You're safe now. I won't let anything happen to you." Ethan arrived moments later, his face full of concern. "Olivia, are you hurt? Why would you climb up there?" Olivia lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "I just wanted to get the kite back." Ethan knelt, wrapping his arms around her. "Nothing is more important than your safety. Next time, ask me or Ms. Carter for help, okay?" That evening, after Olivia had gone to bed, Ethan found Emma in the kitchen. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "I don't know what would have happened if you weren't here." Emma gave him a small smile. It's what anyone in a family would do. After the garden incident, Emma realized that it wasn't just Olivia who carried unresolved pain. Ethan did too. Late one night, after everyone had gone to bed, Emma found Ethan sitting alone in the living room, his eyes fixed on an old photo of Charlotte and Olivia. "You miss her a lot, don't you?" Emma asked softly, her voice carrying the kind of understanding only someone who has felt loss could offer. Ethan looked up, startled by the compassion in her tone, his guarded expression giving way to vulnerability. "I do," he admitted with a heavy sigh. "Charlotte was my world. After she passed, I didn't know how to be a father or even a person anymore." He chuckled bitterly. "I always feel like I'm failing Olivia." Emma sat down beside him, her voice gentle. "I don't think you failed her. Olivia is strong, and that strength comes from the love you've given her. But even the strongest people need a little help sometimes." In the weeks that followed, Emma became Ethan's confidant. They spoke about Charlotte, the things Ethan loved about her, and the pain he had buried deep inside. Each conversation helped Ethan open up a little more, easing his guilt and showing him that it was okay to love again without betraying Charlotte's memory. One evening, as Emma was preparing dinner, Ethan walked into the kitchen. He watched her for a moment, a small smile forming on his lips. "You always seem to know how to make this house feel warmer," he said. Emma paused, glancing at him with surprise. I just do small things, but if it helps, I'm glad. No, Emma, Ethan said, stepping closer. You've done so much more than that. You haven't just helped Olivia, you've helped me. I don't think I remembered how to smile until you came into our lives. Emma felt the depth of his words, something unspoken yet undeniable, but she didn't respond with words. Instead, she gave him a quiet, understanding smile. They stood there for a moment, the silence between them no longer a barrier but a shared connection. After Ethan began opening up to Emma, he started to notice Liam more, the cheerful boy who still carried the quiet ache of missing his late father. Ethan realized that while Liam seemed outgoing and friendly, he was searching for a father figure in his life. One morning, as Emma busied herself in the kitchen, Ethan decided to invite Liam to join him in the backyard. Hey kiddo, want to help me fix up Olivia's old bike? Ethan asked, patting Liam's shoulder lightly. Liam looked up at him, surprised but excited. Really? I've never fixed a bike before. Me neither, Ethan chuckled, but we can figure it out together. The two spent the morning under the gentle sunlight, carefully repairing the bike's worn-out wheels and chatting as they worked. Ethan asked Liam about his interests, and the boy eagerly shared his dream of becoming a scientist and the little experiments his mom had helped him do at home. When they finished fixing the bike, Liam turned to Ethan, hesitating for a moment before saying, I think you're kind of like a dad, the kind who's always there. Ethan was caught off guard by Liam's words, but smiled, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Thank you, Liam. I'm not sure how good I'd be at being a dad, but if you ever need someone, I'll always be here for you. That evening, Emma noticed Liam couldn't stop talking about his bike repair day with Ethan. His excitement and radiant smile were something she hadn't seen since they moved into the Foster estate. When Ethan walked into the kitchen, Emma quietly said, Thank you, Ethan. You haven't just helped Olivia. You've given Liam something he's been missing for so long. Ethan smiled softly, replying, It's something I should have done sooner. Kids don't just need their moms. They need someone to stand beside them, too. After months of challenges, the foster home was now filled with laughter and happiness. Olivia had fully opened up to Emma, her initial reservations replaced with trust and warmth. Liam and Olivia had become as close as siblings, often playing pranks and filling the house with joy. One golden afternoon, Ethan gathered everyone in the backyard for a surprise. As they stepped into the garden, the sight before them was breathtaking. A long wooden table draped with fresh linens, adorned with blooming flowers and surrounded by lanterns that glowed like fireflies in the twilight. The air was filled with the soft hum of summer, and Emma's breath hitched at the thoughtful details Ethan had poured into the moment. Olivia and Liam cheered excitedly while Emma stood still, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Ethan stepped closer, gently taking her hand. Emma, he began, his deep voice steady but filled with emotion. You've changed my life, Olivia's and Liam's. You've shown me that family isn't just about blood. It's about the people we love and trust most. He knelt down, pulling a small box from his pocket and opening it to reveal an elegant ring. Olivia and Liam held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation. Emma Carter, will you do me the honor of becoming a permanent part of this family? Ethan asked, his gaze unwavering. Emma's voice caught in her throat as tears streamed down her face, but her smile was radiant. She looked at Olivia and Liam, who both nodded eagerly, before turning back to Ethan. Yes, I will, she said softly. Tears erupted as Olivia threw her arms around Emma, and Liam jumped up and down with glee. Ethan slipped the ring onto Emma's finger, and the family gathered together, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. That night, under a blanket of stars, Emma felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that she and Liam had finally found the place where they truly belonged, a family filled with love and hope for the future. Hey there, lovely soul. Welcome back to Noah's Stories. Today's story isn't just about a fake marriage. It's about discovering something real in the most unexpected way. Let's begin. The acrid scent of smoke still clung to Jennifer Bennett's tightly braided hair as she stepped out of the burning warehouse. Her body, sweat-soaked, steady, and strong, carried an unconscious teenager away from the chaos. The silver beads woven into her braids caught the early morning light, tiny sparks against the backdrop of ash and flame. At 30, Jennifer had saved more lives than she could count, but every rescue still hit her like the first, heart pounding, adrenaline coursing. "Got another one," she shouted to the medics already waiting. Her amber brown eyes swept the scene, scanning for anyone still in need of help. The blaze had ignited just before dawn, and Engine 14 had been first on the scene. After the debriefing at the station, Jennifer collapsed onto the bench in front of her locker, exhausted, satisfied. Anita Baker's soulful voice poured through her earbuds, her way of grounding herself in a life filled with chaos. Then her phone buzzed. A new email. She glanced at it and her breath caught. First Responders Housing Program. Final notice. Jennifer had been eyeing the program for months. A shot at homeownership. Something stable, safe, something hers. But the one condition? Marriage. What a cruel twist. She could charge into burning buildings without flinching. But marriage? That word alone brought back memories of hands that once promised to protect and ended up doing nothing but hurt. Jennifer had just finished splashing water on her face after the debrief when a knock sounded at the door. "Bennett," Captain Monroe called out. "Your old boss is waiting in the lounge." She frowned. It had been 6 months since she resigned from her cybersecurity job. She had once led the risk analysis team until she was pushed out for speaking up during a board meeting. Since then, she'd cut all ties with that world. But when she walked into the lounge, time stopped. Chris Miller, CEO, former soldier, her ex-boss, and the man who'd made her question everything, stood waiting, like a ghost pulled from her memory. Pressed shirt, neatly styled black hair, and those familiar green eyes clouded with fatigue. "Jennifer," he said, voice low but urgent, "I need to talk to you." She crossed her arms. "I thought we'd said everything that needed to be said." Chris sighed. "I was wrong. About a lot. The system you warned us about. It's cracking. I need you back." Jennifer shook her head. "I don't work for you anymore." "You don't have to," he replied, "but you can help. I'm ready to confront the board, but I can't do it alone." She narrowed her eyes. "Why would I help you?" Chris hesitated. "Because you need a place to call your own, and I need you to help make things right. If we got married, you'd qualify for the housing program, and I'd have the expert who can fix this mess." She stared at him. "Did you just propose a fake marriage?" He nodded slowly. "Just for a while. No strings. Unless we find a reason to tie them." City Hall was cold and quiet in the early morning light. Jennifer stood in front of the mirror in the waiting room, adjusting her crisp white blazer dress. Her fingers found the silver beads in her braids, a nervous habit before every big moment. Chris waited just outside, looking like he was about to walk into a corporate strategy meeting. Gray suit, deep-toned tie, hair perfectly swept back. He glanced at his watch. "Housing program deadlines in 3 weeks. We stay on schedule?" he said, voice steady. "Unless you're having second thoughts?" Jennifer asked, her fingers cracking knuckles quietly. "No," Chris replied, though there was tension in his eyes. "Unless you are." "I've run into burning buildings. A fake marriage doesn't scare me." Inside the officiant's room, everything moved quickly. No vows, no guests, no sentimental ceremony. When it came time for rings, Chris pulled 2 simple gold bands from his pocket. "They were my grandparents," he said gently. "My grandfather gave them to me before he passed. Told me they belonged in a marriage built on trust." Jennifer hesitated. "We can't use family heirlooms for something fake." "Then let them be used for something good at least." They exchanged rings. No kiss, just a handshake, but their fingers lingered longer than necessary. "Congratulations, Mrs. Miller," the clerk said, stamping the certificate. Bennett, Jennifer corrected without pause. I fought hard to keep my name. I'm not losing it to a marriage that isn't even real. Chris nodded, offering a flicker of a smile. Bennett it is. Chris's townhouse in North Atlanta was just like him, tidy, structured, and meticulously controlled. When Jennifer moved in, she felt like a splash of color bleeding across a grayscale canvas. Your room's upstairs, first door on the right, Chris said in his even tone. I cleared it out. You can change anything you want. As long as I don't touch your office? She asked, half joking. Exactly, he replied. Also, a few ground rules. They sat across from each other in the kitchen, one with black coffee, the other with a fruit smoothie. No touching personal belongings, Chris began. No digging into personal life unless necessary, Jennifer added. No guests at the house. No emotions interfering with the arrangement. Both nodded. Clear terms, no complications, but real life has little regard for neat contracts. Jennifer soon noticed Chris had a strict 5 a.m. routine, French press coffee, soft jazz, and a military-level morning ritual. She used to think he was the kind of man who needed no one, until one night she came home exhausted after a long shift and found the kitchen light still on. Chris sat slumped over his laptop, 3 cold coffee mugs around him, but what caught her eye wasn't the fatigue. It was the sheet taped to the fridge, her shift schedule, printed and carefully placed next to a list of her favorite takeout spots. I figured it'd help to know when you're home, he said simply when he saw her staring. Jennifer didn't reply, but that night, instead of going upstairs, she opened the fridge, pulled out noodles and vegetables and started cooking. What are you doing? Chris asked, genuinely surprised. Making dinner, she said. You need something besides coffee and protein bars. He smiled, the first one she'd seen since moving in. Light. Real. A little awkward. In the days that followed, they shared more. Lazy breakfasts after night shifts, R&B echoing through the kitchen, arguments over whether spices should be arranged by color or alphabet. And then one night, Jennifer danced while cleaning, earbuds in, hips swaying to the beat, and Chris stood silently at the doorway, watching, not saying a word. But his eye soft, stunned, made her turn away quickly, heart thudding louder than the music. Neither said a thing, but both knew something had begun. 2 weeks after their courthouse wedding, Jennifer received the formal invitation from her chief, the annual fire department gala at the Grand Regency Hotel. She was an honored guest, and her husband was expected to attend. This is a big deal, she told Chris over the sizzle of stir-fry. Everyone I work with will be there. They know me better than anyone. If we don't get this right, they'll see through everything. Chris looked up from his laptop. Then we practice. That evening, under the golden kitchen lights, he held out a hand. One dance. To rehearse. Jennifer hesitated, then placed her hand in his. To her surprise, he was a graceful dancer, steady, thoughtful, not stiff. They'll ask how you proposed, she murmured as he spun her gently. I'll tell the truth, Chris said, that we were having coffee in that old diner, and I realized I didn't want to lose you again. She blinked. That's not in the script. It's still true. On gala night, she wore a sapphire gown that hugged her like a second skin. Her braids were swept up into a high bun, silver beads glinting. Chris, in a tux, paused when he saw her. I got you something, he said, offering a small box. Inside was a delicate sapphire bracelet. We agreed. No gifts, she said. It's for the role, he said lightly, but his voice wasn't all play. When they entered the ballroom, the crowd of uniforms and dignitaries turned. Chris placed a hand on the small of her back, a familiar gesture between couples, but it made her shiver slightly. Is that him? Captain Monroe's voice came from behind. The one who let you walk away? Chris didn't flinch. And the one smart enough not to make that mistake again. Jennifer glanced at him. That line wasn't in any rehearsal. After dinner, the music started for the opening dance. Chris leaned in. A real dance this time? Just one, she replied, heart beating fast. On the dance floor they moved like they had 100 times before, but this time every touch, every glance, felt alarmingly real. "Why did you come back?" she asked. "For you," he said, eyes locked on hers. "And for what we're both afraid to admit." At that exact moment, a loud explosion rocked the ballroom. The chandelier trembled, smoke poured from the front lobby, and screams echoed. Jennifer kicked off her heels. "Someone set that fire on purpose." Chris grabbed her hand. "It's us. We're the target." Smoke poured into the grand ballroom. Shattered glass littered the floor. The fire alarm blared in deafening pulses. Instinct kicked in. Jennifer didn't think. She moved. "Captain Monroe," she shouted over the chaos. "We need immediate evacuation. Use the side exit near the kitchen." Without waiting for a response, she kicked off her heels, tied her braids back, and charged into the crowd. "Police are on their way," someone yelled, but Jennifer knew. Every second counted. She pulled a wounded server towards safety, guided an elderly couple down a service stairwell, but as the crowd thinned, one terrifying thought clawed at her chest. "Chris, where is he?" She bolted toward the lower level, the hotel's network hub. Chris had mentioned he'd brought his laptop with sensitive evidence. If he stayed to secure it, the door to the server room hung open. Smoke rolled out in thick waves. Jennifer crouched low, moving with the precision of a seasoned firefighter. "Chris," she called, voice raspy, "answer me." A faint cough answered her. She found him slumped against the wall, tuxedo singed, dust and smoke staining his shirt. In his hands, the laptop, still protected. "You weren't supposed to come in here," he croaked. "And you were?" she shot back, eyes burning from smoke. "And something deeper." She knelt, checking him over, bruised, dazed, but alive. Relief hit her so hard she nearly swayed. Chris looked up, green eyes meeting hers. "I thought I'd never see you again." She gripped his hand. "I'm not letting that happen." Then, between the smoke, the noise, the panic, they leaned in. The kiss was fast, fierce, and real. Not for the cameras, not for the program, just them, raw, scared, and finally, honest. It wasn't part of the arrangement. It was the truest thing either of them had done in weeks. The safe house sat tucked away in a quiet town outside Atlanta, nestled between pine trees and the scent of damp earth. Chris sat on the sofa, arm bandaged, eyes tired but fixed on Jennifer as she paced the living room. She checked windows, locks, outlets, every detail like a second skin, like someone always ready for something to go wrong. But the tension wasn't just from the danger outside. "I can't sleep," she said softly, not turning around. Chris stood, approaching slowly. "You still don't trust me?" "It's not that," she replied, taking a deep breath. "I once trusted someone. He made me believe needing someone was weakness, that being independent was wrong, that silence was love." She gripped her sleeve, voice cracking. "When I left, I lost everything, but I've never felt freer." Chris didn't speak. Instead, he pulled out a small leather notebook and handed it to her. "What's this?" "Since the day you moved in," he said. "I've written down every time you smiled." Jennifer opened the first page. Today, she sang along to an old song while washing dishes, eyes bright, completely unguarded. Next page, she organizes spices by color, clearly insane, somehow adorable. Jennifer laughed through her tears. Then quietly she said, "I want to try, not for the program, not for the house, for me, for you." That morning, the forest around the safe house felt too quiet. While checking the perimeter, Jennifer noticed something unusual on the motion sensor, a small drone sweeping the area. She rushed back. "Chris, they're here." Chris was already at his computer, encrypting the last batch of files. "I know, they don't want this evidence going public." It wasn't state secrets, but it was damning. Internal records proving Chris's company had sold user data illegally, exploiting system vulnerabilities for massive profit. If exposed, several high-ranking executives would face investigation. "You should go," he said. "I just need a few more minutes to upload the rest." "No," Jennifer said, firm. "I'm not leaving you." They moved to the study, the only room with secure backup. Jennifer locked the door, eyeing the external camera feed. A dark SUV had stopped near the edge of the woods. "60 seconds, Chris muttered. "That's all I need." Jennifer stood by the door, every sense alert. A soft ping from the computer, upload complete. But at that exact moment, the main power cut out. Backup systems flickered. Someone was trying to wipe it all remotely. Without hesitation, Jennifer pulled Chris away from the desk. "We have to move." Just as they exited the room, a small explosion sounded behind them. The backup drive had been remotely disabled, but the primary data had already been uploaded. Outside, they stumbled into the clearing, breathless. Chris turned to her. "You just saved me." Jennifer looked him dead in the eyes. "No. I chose you and I love you." Inside the ambulance, flashing lights reflected off the gauze wrapped around Jennifer's arm. Chris sat across from her, his clothes smudged with ash but his eyes clearer than ever. "I thought I wouldn't get another chance to say this," he began, voice raspy but steady. "Last time, I proposed because we needed to. This time, I'm asking because I want to." Jennifer turned toward him, heart pounding. "Marry me," Chris said. "Not for the house, not for the program, not to fix anything, just to build something real. With you. Because I love you." She didn't speak, she just reached out, took his hand and held it tight, then nodded, eyes brimming with tears. No more words were needed. 1 year after their first calculated wedding, Jennifer and Chris had completely rewritten the meaning of us. Their second real wedding was held in the most unexpected place, the fire station where Jennifer worked her very first shift. Fairy lights wrapped around freshly polished engines. Firefighters in dress blues stood beside software engineers in tailored suits. Two worlds, now beautifully intertwined. Over the past year, Jennifer was officially promoted to lieutenant, one of the youngest women to ever hold the rank in the Atlanta Fire Department. Chris, having stepped away from his former company, launched a tech startup focused on ethical data protection, promising transparency, fairness, and real privacy for users. But the biggest news came from their quiet little home. Jennifer and Chris were expecting their first child. Amid stacks of paperwork on the kitchen counter sat a small wooden frame holding the baby's ultrasound photo. They didn't stop there. Together, they founded a charitable initiative, Fireproof Hearts, a fund dedicated to helping individuals rebuild after trauma, loss, or major life upheaval. The foundation wasn't just a symbol of their love. It was how they used their story to plant hope in others. Their journey spread not because it was perfect, but because it was real. And because it reminded others that true love can grow from the most unexpected beginnings, if we're brave enough to believe in it and kind enough to hold on to it. The morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains of the luxurious mansion, casting soft golden streaks across the polished wooden floor. Eleanor Parker slowly opened her eyes, feeling the heavy silence that filled the vast bedroom. She turned to her side, where her husband, Damien Parker, a powerful billionaire in the business world, was still fast asleep. There was a time when every morning began with his gentle kisses. Damien would run his fingers through her hair, whispering sweet words before getting out of bed. But now, those moments felt like distant echoes of a past she could barely touch. She gazed at his face, searching for traces of the man she had once loved so deeply. Yet all she could see was the invisible chasm that had grown between them. Carefully, Eleanor slid out of bed, making sure not to wake him. As she walked past the grand mirror in their bedroom, she paused for a moment. The reflection staring back at her was of a woman with long, silky hair, now streaked with a few strands of silver. Her delicate features remained unchanged, but there was something in her eyes that made her feel strangely lost. She sighed, reaching for the silk robe draped over a chair, before quietly stepping out of the room to start another day, one that felt just like all the others. Descending into the kitchen, Eleanor started preparing breakfast in the vast yet hollow space. The sleek, high-end appliances gleamed under the morning light, but despite the luxury, there was an undeniable absence of warmth. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the grand staircase. Moments later, Isabel and Ethan rushed into the kitchen, their laughter filling the air. "Good morning, Mom," they chimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with energy. Eleanor smiled as she poured milk into their glasses. "Did you two sleep well?" "Yes, I dreamed I was flying like a superhero," Ethan exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Isabel giggled, playfully arguing that he was just imagining things. Eleanor listened attentively, nodding and asking questions, cherishing these small moments of joy. The dining room door opened. Damien stepped in, impeccably dressed in an expensive suit, exuding the effortless authority of a billionaire. He took his seat, immediately unlocking his phone and scrolling through emails as Eleanor placed a fresh cup of coffee in front of him. "Thanks," he muttered, his voice deep but distant, his eyes never leaving the screen. Eleanor pressed her lips together. There was a time when he would pull her close, kiss her forehead, and whisper a playful remark. But those days felt like another lifetime. The children continued chatting enthusiastically about school and their weekend plans. Damien nodded occasionally, but never fully engaged in the conversation. As breakfast wrapped up, he stood, pressed a quick kiss to each child's forehead, and walked out, without another word to Eleanor. She watched his figure disappear beyond the grand entrance, a familiar emptiness settling deep within her chest. After dropping the kids off at school, Eleanor drove back to the grand mansion that once symbolized everything she had ever dreamed of. Now it felt more like an empty shell, beautiful yet lifeless. She went through the motions of tidying up, straightening the pillows in the living room, adjusting the fresh flowers on the marble countertop, but her mind was elsewhere. The luxury surrounding her, the crystal chandeliers, the imported silk sofas, the million-dollar paintings, shimmered in the morning light, yet none of it could fill the hollow space inside her heart. As she stepped into Damien's study, her eyes landed on a framed photo tucked away on a bookshelf. It was their wedding picture, capturing the moment they had vowed to love each other forever. Eleanor picked it up, her fingers tracing over their beaming faces. Back then, Damien wasn't a billionaire, just an ambitious young man who had looked at her like she was his entire world. Now, he had everything he had ever wanted: wealth, power, success. Yet, somewhere along the way, they had lost something far more precious. Setting the frame back in its place, Eleanor felt a weight settle in her chest. She wondered, does he still love me, or am I just another piece of the perfect life he's built? She sighed, turning away. Outside, the sun continued to shine brightly, but within her, a quiet storm was beginning to brew. On Saturday morning, the golden sunlight stretched across the vast Parker estate. Isabel and Ethan ran around the garden, their laughter filling the crisp morning air. Meanwhile, Damien, as usual, was in the garage, fully engrossed in working on his prized sports car. Eleanor stood in the kitchen, quietly clearing the breakfast table. The familiar sounds surrounded her, yet all she felt was emptiness. She glanced out the window. Her children were happy, Damien was occupied with his passion, but where did that leave her? Suddenly, a suffocating feeling washed over her. It was as if the walls of this grand mansion were closing in, trapping her in a life that felt more like a routine than a reality. She looked around, the sparkling chandeliers, the spotless marble floors, the perfectly arranged furniture. Everything was in its place, yet she felt completely out of place. A lump formed in her throat. She needed air. She needed to escape, even if just for a little while. Taking a deep breath, Eleanor grabbed her car keys and walked out. She drove aimlessly, without a destination in mind. She just needed to escape, to breathe, to feel something other than the weight of an existence that no longer felt like her own. When she finally stopped, she found herself standing before a familiar sight, a secluded beach just outside the city. It was here, years ago, that Damien had proposed to her. The salty breeze tousled her hair as memories flooded back. She remembered their long walks along the shore, their whispered dreams about the future. She remembered the way Damien had looked at her the night he got down on one knee, promising her a lifetime of love under the starlit sky. Eleanor sat on a nearby rock, watching the waves roll in and out, steady and unchanging. When did we become strangers? She wondered. She had everything, a family, a secure life, a home that others envied. But was she truly happy? Closing her eyes, she let the wind carry away her tangled thoughts. She didn't have all the answers, but one thing was clear. She couldn't keep living like this forever. Eleanor returned home under the quiet cover of night. The grand mansion stood illuminated, its golden lights glowing warmly against the dark sky. Yet, to her, it had never felt emptier. Her heels clicked softly against the marble floor as she stepped inside. Sitting on the sofa, Damien immediately looked up, his fingers intertwined, his expression unreadable. But there was something unfamiliar in his eyes. Not the usual composure, not the distant coldness she had grown used to, but something raw, something vulnerable. Isabel and Ethan were playing on the rug nearby, but as soon as they saw their mother, they rushed toward her, wrapping their small arms around her. "Where did you go, Mom? Dad was really worried," Isabel whispered, her voice a mix of concern and reproach. Eleanor knelt down, holding them close. She kissed their foreheads gently, but her gaze remained locked on Damien. He said nothing. He just sat there, watching her, as if searching for something in her eyes that he wasn't sure he would find. A thick silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken words. Dinner was unusually quiet. Eleanor barely touched her food, while Damien stole glances at her every few moments. He seemed to want to say something, but each time he hesitated, as if struggling to find the right words. As they were finishing the meal, he suddenly placed his napkin down on the table. Sitting up straight, he looked directly into Eleanor's eyes. "You know, everyone at work envies me." Eleanor's brow furrowed slightly, surprised by his sudden remark. Isabel and Ethan also stopped talking, their curiosity piqued. "Not because of my career, my wealth, or my cars," Damien continued, his voice low, steady, and laced with emotion. "They envy me because I have you, someone who is always there, waiting for me at home." Eleanor's heart clenched. She opened her mouth to say something, but Damien gently raised a hand, signaling her to let him finish. "I never really thought about it this way, not until today, when you weren't here." He exhaled deeply. "When I came home, this place was empty. Without you, without your presence, without your voice, I realized something. Everything I've built, my success, my money, my empire, none of it means anything if I don't have you beside me." Eleanor felt her chest tighten, a lump forming in her throat. "I've been so consumed by work, by my ambitions, that I lost sight of what truly matters." Damien's voice softened, yet it carried a weight that pressed deep into Eleanor's soul. "I forgot that happiness isn't just about building an empire. It's about cherishing what I already have." Isabel blinked in confusion. "What do you mean, Dad?" Damien looked at his daughter, then back at Eleanor. His gaze was filled with remorse, with longing, with the unspoken words of a man who had taken too long to realize his mistakes. "Because sometimes we forget to say the most important things. We assume they will always be there, until we realize one day they might not be." Eleanor felt something warm trickle down her cheek before she even realized she was crying. She had waited so long for this, for a sign that Damien still saw her, still loved her, that she wasn't just another piece of his perfect life, but the heart of it. Ethan tugged at her sleeve hesitantly. "Mom? Dad? Are you getting a divorce?" For the first time in what felt like forever, Eleanor and Damien laughed together. "No, sweetheart," Eleanor reassured him softly, her voice steadier than before. Under the table, Damien reached for her hand. It was a small gesture, but in that moment, it meant everything. Eleanor hesitated, then slowly intertwined her fingers with his. It was the first time in years that they had held hands like this. And for the first time in a long time, Eleanor felt something stir deep within her. Hope. After dinner, Damien and Eleanor tucked the children into bed together. It was the first time in years that they had done this as a pair. Isabel jumped onto her bed, giggling as she pulled the blanket over herself. Ethan, as usual, insisted on hearing a bedtime story. Eleanor was about to speak when Damien quietly sat down beside their son, his voice softer than she had heard in years. "How about I tell the story tonight?" Ethan's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? You never tell us bedtime stories, Dad?" Damien chuckled, a genuine warm sound that Eleanor had almost forgotten. "Then tonight, I'll start." He began weaving a tale about an explorer searching for a hidden treasure, only to realize in the end that the greatest treasure of all was his family and those who loved him. Isabel and Ethan listened with fascination, occasionally interrupting with excited questions. Eleanor sat at the edge of the bed, watching her husband. She saw the way he leaned in when Ethan yawned, how he gently ran his fingers through his son's hair. And in that moment, she understood Damien wasn't just saying words at dinner. He was trying. Once the children had fallen asleep, Damien and Eleanor stepped into the hallway. They stood there for a moment, bathed in the soft glow of the night lights, just a few feet apart. Damien was the first to move. Slowly, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't forced. It was simply a deep, quiet embrace, as if he was afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. "I'm sorry," Damien murmured. "I'm sorry for letting life pull me so far away, for making you feel alone in a home that was supposed to be ours." Eleanor closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of his body, hearing the steady beat of his heart. "I never stopped loving you, Eleanor, but somewhere along the way I forgot how to show it. I forgot that love isn't just about promises we made in the past. It's about what we do every single day to keep it alive." A single tear slipped down Eleanor's cheek, but this time it wasn't out of sadness. She pulled back slightly to look at him. "I'm sorry too, for staying silent for so long, for assuming you didn't care anymore instead of telling you how I felt." Damien shook his head, his gaze unwavering. "Never, Eleanor. Never once have I stopped cherishing you. Marrying you was the best decision I've ever made." Eleanor let out a small laugh, tears shimmering under the hallway light. "Then prove it." Damien raised an eyebrow. "How?" "By never letting me feel alone again." Damien didn't answer right away. Instead, he leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, lingering for just a moment. "I promise." And Eleanor believed him. In the days that followed, Eleanor noticed a quiet yet profound change in Damien. It wasn't in grand gestures or lavish gifts, but in the small, meaningful moments she had longed for. He started waking up earlier, no longer rushing out the door in the morning. He sat down at the breakfast table, genuinely listening to Isabel and Ethan's excited chatter, instead of merely nodding absent-mindedly. One afternoon, while tidying up the living room, Eleanor's phone buzzed with a message from Damien. "I just wanted to check in. How was your day? I miss you." She smiled softly, warmth blooming in her chest. It wasn't an extravagant apology, but it was proof that Damien was trying, and that was enough for her to start believing in him again. Dinner conversations became livelier. Damien made an effort to ask about her day, to laugh with the children, to be present. Eleanor felt them slowly reconnecting, piece by piece. A month later, on a Friday night, Damien asked her to dress up. "I have a surprise for you," he said. Eleanor raised an eyebrow, curious, but followed his request. When she stepped out of the bedroom, he was waiting at the door, reaching for her hand. He led her to the backyard, where warm golden lights twinkled overhead. A soft blanket was spread out on the grass, a bottle of wine and a small selection of food arranged neatly. "A picnic under the stars," he murmured, "like we used to do when we were younger." Eleanor was momentarily speechless. She remembered those nights, back when love was simple, before money and responsibilities complicated everything. "Damien, you did all this?" "I wanted to remind you why you fell in love with me," he replied, guiding her to sit beside him. They sat close, sipping wine, reminiscing about the past. Damien recounted the first time he saw her in a small cafe. Eleanor laughed as she recalled the moment she accepted his proposal. They talked, they laughed, they remembered, rebuilding the bridge between them one shared memory at a time. And most importantly, they saw the future, one they were willing to fight for, together. Eleanor rested her head against Damien's shoulder, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "Do you think love changes over time?" she whispered. Damien thought for a moment before gently squeezing her hand. "I think love has different phases," he said. "Sometimes it burns bright like fire, sometimes it's soft like the breeze, and sometimes it tests us. But what matters is that we never let go." Eleanor closed her eyes, smiling. "I think I'm falling in love with you all over again." Damien tightened his grip on her hand before pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. "Thank you for not giving up on me." That night, they sat together under the stars for hours, their love renewed. Not through grand gestures, but...
Hello, everyone. Before we dive in, do you believe first impressions are always true? Let us know in the comments below. And please, hit like and subscribe to our channel for more incredible stories. The betrayal of the tycoon and the architect's secret. If you think you know how this story ends, think again. Imagine this. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee hung in the air, a symbol of 5 years of marital bliss, when a man shattered that home with a brutal and simple declaration. "I want to divorce Elisa." But the real shock didn't come from the shattered wife, but from a tiny, unexpected heartbeat. The heartbeat of a child no one, except her, knew existed. What do you do when you lose everything, but gain the world's most precious secret? A secret that could destroy an empire or build a new one. Chapter 1. The Price of Dignity. The smell of freshly brewed coffee filled the kitchen when Javier Thorne uttered the words that would shatter 5 years of marriage. "I want a divorce, Elisa." Elisa Vance held her white porcelain cup, a wedding gift, as the dark liquid swirled gently. Her fingers tensed around the warm ceramic. "Is it because of Valentina Hayes?" she asked, with a calmness she didn't feel. Javier looked out the panoramic windows of their penthouse in the city, which stretched over the skyline of Madrid. "I don't want to hurt you more than necessary." "An evasive answer is another way to hurt," Elisa replied, leaving the cup on the marble island. The clink of the porcelain echoed in the tense silence. "Yes, it's her," Javier finally admitted, loosening the navy blue tie Elisa had given him on their last anniversary. "Things just happened." Elisa let out a bitter laugh. "Things don't just happen over 3 months, Javier. They are built. They are chosen. They are kept secret." Javier's face hardened. He didn't want to have this conversation like this. "And how did you want to have it? After your lawyers handed me the papers, or when photos of you with her appeared in society magazines?" Javier stood up, smoothing his tailored suit. "The lawyers will contact you this afternoon. I've been generous with the terms." "Your generosity moves me," Elisa replied, not moving from her seat. "Were you also generous when you offered her my position at the firm?" "That's different. It's business. Everything with you has always been business, hasn't it?" Javier picked up his Italian leather briefcase. "Let's keep this civil, Elisa. Don't complicate things." "Complicate things? As an architect at your firm for 7 years, as your wife for 5, Did I ever complicate anything? Silence was his only response. Elisa waited for the private elevator door to close before allowing the tears to fall. She stood up mechanically, walking towards the master bathroom. Her reflection in the mirror showed the face of a 33-year-old woman who, until that morning, believed she had a perfect life. The dizziness came suddenly. She barely made it to the toilet before throwing up the coffee and the little dignity she had left. When the nausea passed, her eyes focused on her phone's calendar. 3 weeks late. With trembling hands, she opened the cabinet under the sink. The pregnancy test had been there for months, bought in a moment of hope, when they still believed that starting a family was part of the plan. 15 minutes later, 2 pink lines confirmed what her body already knew. A child. His child. The child Javier would never know existed. The phone rang, breaking the moment. It was an email from the city's most prestigious law firm. Subject: divorce terms. Urgent. Elisa got up from the cold floor, wiped away her tears, and straightened her back. She had exactly 8 hours to collect her belongings from the office, find a place to live, and decide how she would face her new reality. The pregnancy test ended up at the bottom of her purse. Her hand rested instinctively on her still flat belly. "It will be you and me against the world, little one," she whispered, as the morning sun bathed the city that would soon no longer be her home. What would you do if your world came crashing down like this? Share your initial thoughts in the comments. Chapter 2. A New Beginning in Disguise. The law firm, Sterling and Finch Associates, occupied the entire 20th floor of a tower in the city's financial district. Elisa looked at the city through the large windows as she waited in the boardroom. The manila folder in front of her contained her sentence: an express divorce, the legal dissolution of 5 years in less than 2 weeks. "Mr. Thorne has been considerate," explained Mr. Sterling, a 60-year-old man with designer glasses and an impeccable suit. "The country property, a substantial financial settlement, and, of course, an exemplary letter of recommendation." Elisa shuffled through the pages without reading them. "And the firm. I'm afraid the terms are clear." "My position as project director," Elisa interrupted. "A position I earned long before I became Mrs. Thorne." The lawyer cleared his throat. "The contracts have specific clauses regarding post-divorce conflicts of interest. It's standard practice." "Standard," Elisa repeated, savoring the bitterness of the word. "Like firing an employee of 7 years for the crime of having been married to the owner." Miss Vance," he corrected. "I urge you to consider the generosity of these terms. Many women in your position—" "In my position?" Elisa slammed the folder shut. "Are you referring to pregnant and unemployed?" The silence that followed was thick. The lawyer adjusted his glasses, uncomfortable. "That detail was not mentioned in the preliminary negotiations." "Because it's not part of the negotiation," Elisa replied, taking a pen from her purse. "Where do I sign, Mr. Sterling? This could substantially change the terms. Mr. Thorne should be informed." "Mr. Thorne made his decisions," Elisa interrupted, signing each page with methodical precision. "I'm making mine." That afternoon at the clinic, Elisa lay on the cold examining table while Dr. Lopez applied the gel for the first ultrasound. "Are you here alone?" the doctor asked with professional kindness. "No," Elisa replied, looking at the black and white screen. "There are 2 of us." The sound of the heartbeat filled the room, fast, strong, determined, like Elisa's heels as she left the law firm, like the pulse in her temples as she packed her things from the office, like the rhythm of her steps as she looked for a new place to live. In the small studio in the Malasaña neighborhood that she rented that same afternoon, Elisa taped the first image of her child to the bare wall, a gray smudge the size of a bean that represented her entire future. The phone vibrated. A message from Javier. "The lawyers told me you signed without reading. Are you sure?" Elisa looked at the image on the wall, then at her barely perceptible belly under her black dress. "Completely sure," she replied, before blocking his number. That night, sitting on the floor of her new home, surrounded by unopened boxes, Elisa wrote 2 letters. The first, a formal resignation from Thorn Developments. The second, a list of baby names. Only one of them would be sent. The echo of her footsteps resonated in the empty space as she prepared for bed. Tomorrow, the job search would begin. Tomorrow, she would face the world with her secret and her dignity as her only possessions. For now, in the darkness of her new beginning, she allowed the memorized sound of her child's heartbeat to lull her to sleep. Do you think Elisa made the right decision to keep her pregnancy a secret? What would be your priority in this situation? Chapter 3. The Ascent of the Architect and the Fall of the Tycoon. Elisa's resume sat on dozens of desks throughout Madrid. An architect who graduated with honors, with experience in international projects, a portfolio of award-winning designs, and an increasingly difficult explanation for her sudden departure from Thorn Developments. "Why did you leave your last job?" asked the Human Resources Director of the Miranda Architectural Group, studying her file. "I was looking for new horizons," Elisa replied, discreetly adjusting the blazer that was harder to button each day. "With your experience, it's strange that Thorn let you go. Perhaps I should ask him." "Perhaps you should," Elisa replied, maintaining a professional smile, while fighting off the morning sickness that threatened to ruin the interview. 3 weeks and 15 interviews later, the reality was clear. The corporate world of architecture in Madrid was too small, and rumors traveled faster than cover letters. Her bank account was shrinking at the same rate her belly was growing. With 4 months of pregnancy, the small studio in Malasaña was starting to seem like an unnecessary luxury. It was then that she met Mrs. Davis. The Angel's Nook was one of those restaurants that survived fads and crises. White tablecloths, silver cutlery, and a clientele that included everyone from politicians to artists. Elisa had gone in looking for the bathroom, feeling dizzy after another failed interview. "Are you okay, dear?" a maternal voice asked. When Elisa came out of the bathroom, Mrs. Davis, with her silver hair and impeccable apron, offered her a glass of mineral water with lemon. "Pregnancy is not easy, especially when you're alone." Elisa drank in silence, surprised by the woman's perceptiveness. "How did you know?" 30 years in the restaurant business, my dear. You learn to read people." Mrs. Davis sat across from her. "Do you have any experience in service?" "No, I'm an architect, and construction companies don't hire pregnant architects." Elisa shook her head. "But restaurants do hire clever waitresses," Mrs. Davis continued. "The uniform is adaptable, the tips are good, and we have medical services." Everyone starts out not knowing anything," Mrs. Davis interrupted. "But you look like a fast learner." That night, in her apartment, Elisa contemplated the restaurant's card. Her university diploma hung on the wall next to the latest ultrasound. On her computer, the draft of another cover letter waited to be sent. "Sometimes you have to take a step back to get a running start," she whispered, remembering her mother's words. The next day, Elisa Vance, former project director at Thorn Developments, was learning to balance plates and memorize the daily specials. Her feet hurt, her back protested, but for the first time in months, she had a plan. "Cheese board for table 7, the chef announced. Elisa adjusted her new apron and straightened her posture. In the mirror of the staff locker room, Her reflection showed a different woman. Wounded pride was slowly transforming into determination. Her child moved, as if applauding her decision. "This is temporary," she promised herself and the little one. "But it is our beginning." The exclusive appeared in Society Weekly. Valentina Hayes and her demands for her wedding to Javier Thorne. The article detailed the influencer's whims: a private island in the Maldives, a $500,000 dress, and a guest list that included half the entertainment world. "Look at this," Harry commented, showing Elisa the magazine during her break. "Your ex isn't holding back on the spending." Elisa smiled as she nibbled on an apple. Her 7th month of pregnancy had made her especially hungry. "High prices don't guarantee happiness," she said. But the real crack in the perfect facade appeared a week later. Elisa was organizing the restaurant's cellar when she overheard a conversation between two executives at the next table. "Thorne is losing control," one of them said. "The Retiro Towers project is 2 months behind schedule. It's that new girlfriend of his," the other replied. "She has him distracted. Did you hear she's demanding to be the official face of all the new developments? I heard she's pushing to be named creative director. No experience, no qualifications, nothing." Elisa continued her inventory, but her ears remained on alert. It wasn't morbid curiosity, she told herself, but business intelligence. That same afternoon, Valentina appeared at the restaurant with 2 friends. She didn't recognize Elisa, who had served her months ago. "I need Javier to sell that horrible penthouse in Salamanca," she heard her say, between sips of her martini. "I'm not going to live where he lived with his ex. Besides, my reality show architect says we can build something more Instagrammable." "Reality show?" one of her companions asked. "Valentina's Perfect Life. It premieres next month. Javier doesn't know yet, but part of the filming will be in his office. You know, to show my entrepreneurial side." Elisa almost spilled the wine she was serving at the next table. Her baby kicked hard, as if sharing her disbelief. Meanwhile, the response from Barcelona was still in her nightstand, waiting for a decision. The program started in 4 months, just when her baby would be 6 weeks old. It was crazy to consider such a drastic change, but every day in Madrid felt like a countdown. That night, as she was closing the restaurant, Mrs. Davis found her checking flights on her phone. "Have you made a decision yet?" "Almost," Elisa replied, stroking her belly. "But every time I think about leaving, something stops me." "Fear or hope?" Mrs. Davis asked with her usual wisdom. "Maybe both," Elisa admitted. "But today, I understood something important." "And what is it?" "That while I was waiting tables to build our future, others are destroying theirs to keep up appearances." Mrs. Davis smiled, handing her an envelope. "Then this will interest you. Mr. Harrison came by while you were on your break. He left your letter of recommendation for the master's program." Eliza opened the envelope with trembling hands. The letter was more than a recommendation. It was a validation of everything she had fought for. "Sometimes," Mrs. Davis said, "the prettiest masks are the first to fall." The scandal broke on a Tuesday morning. Photos of Valentina kissing Ricardo Torres, Javier's main partner in the Retiro Towers project, first appeared on Twitter and then spread like a virus across all media. "Exclusive, real estate mogul Javier Thorne's fiancée caught in compromising situation with his partner," the headline screamed. Elisa found out while folding napkins at the restaurant. Her phone wouldn't stop receiving links and messages from former colleagues. "Elisa, did you see?" Harry exclaimed, showing her his tablet. "Looks like your ex has terrible taste in partners." The photos were unequivocal. Valentina and Ricardo on a yacht in the Mediterranean, at a Mayfair restaurant, leaving a hotel in the Retiro neighborhood, all dated from the last 3 weeks. Karma exists, a waitress muttered. But the real chaos came that night. Javier appeared at the restaurant visibly drunk. "Elisa!" he yelled from the entrance. "I need to talk to you." Mrs. Davis tried to intercept him. "Mr. Thorne, this is not the time or place." "It's the only place I can find you," he insisted, stumbling. "Elisa, please!" Elisa came out of the kitchen, her 8-month pregnancy impossible to hide under her uniform. "Javier, you're making a scene. This is a scene," he laughed bitterly. "Just like Valentina made. Just like you made by hiding my son from me." "Lower your voice," Elisa warned, leading Javier to a secluded table. "Sit down." "I ruined everything, didn't I?" he mumbled, collapsing into the chair. "I lost you. I lost my son. And now this. The tower's project is dead. Ricardo had the key contacts. Without him..." Javier ran a hand over his face. "And Valentina, she..." "I'm not your therapist," Elisa interrupted, "and this is not the time." "Then when? When did you know about Barcelona?" "I have contacts at the university, Elisa. Please don't take my son away. We can try again. We can." "No," she interrupted him firmly. "There is no we. You chose Javier. You and I chose too. And now I choose for you to leave before I call security." As 2 guards escorted Javier out of the restaurant, Elisa felt a contraction. Not a labor one, but a Braxton Hicks, her doctor had explained, her body rehearsing for the real thing. That night, in her apartment, Elisa finally replied to the Barcelona email, accepting the scholarship. As she wrote, the news on television showed the stock of Thorne Developments plummeting, and rumors that several investors were withdrawing from the tower's project. "Sometimes, little one," she whispered to her belly, "the end of one story is just the beginning of a better one." The baby kicked, as if in agreement. In 2 weeks, she would have her last ultrasound. In a month, her last day at the restaurant. And in 6 weeks, if all went according to plan, they would be on a plane to Barcelona. The end had arrived, but it wasn't the one Javier had imagined. What do you think of this turn of events? Did you see it coming? Share your surprise and thoughts in the comments. Chapter 4. Building a Legacy. The morning Javier showed up at her building with a bouquet of white roses and a box from the most exclusive jewelry store on Serrano Street, Elisa was packing the last of her architecture books that she hadn't yet sent to Barcelona. 5 minutes, he pleaded from the other side of the door. Just 5 minutes, Elisa. She watched the scene through the peephole. Javier Thorne, the real estate mogul, looked disheveled and tired. So different from the man who had left her 8 months ago. "The neighbors will call the police if you keep knocking like that," Elisa warned, finally opening the door. "You're here," he murmured, his eyes fixed on her 9-month belly. "Beautiful. What do you want, Javier?" He tried to enter, but Elisa blocked his way. The hallway would be sufficient for this conversation. "I canceled the sale of the Salamanca penthouse," he announced, as if that would change everything. "We can go back. Raise our son there. I've been in therapy, Elisa. For 3 weeks now. I realized all my mistakes." 3 weeks of therapy versus 8 months of absence? She replied, raising an eyebrow. "The ring was my grandmother's," he continued, opening the velvet box. "I always wanted to give it to you." "But you gave it to Valentina," Elisa completed. "I never gave it to her. I couldn't. It wasn't for her." Elisa looked at the antique diamond and sapphire ring. In another life, it would have meant everything. Now, it was just a reminder of broken promises. "My flight is in 2 weeks," she informed him, closing the box without touching the ring. "The baby can arrive at any moment. And you arrived too late, Javier. too late. He's my son too, a son who didn't exist when you left me, a son you only cared about when your perfect new life fell apart. Tears began to stream down Javier's face. Please, Elisa, I love you. I've always loved you. Love is not an insurance policy that you can claim when everything else fails, she replied, feeling a real contraction this time. And now I need you to leave. They're expecting me at the hospital. He turned pale. Let me take you. Mrs. Davis is downstairs. She'll accompany me. You are the father. You are the man who abandoned us, Elisa corrected, holding her belly. And this moment is mine. As Javier remained paralyzed in the hallway, Elisa slowly walked down the stairs, each step marking the end of one era and the beginning of another. In the car, Mrs. Davis was waiting for her with a suitcase and a maternal smile. Are you ready, dear? Elisa looked up one last time. Javier had disappeared. More than ever, she replied, as another contraction announced that her son had chosen this moment, precisely this moment, to begin his own story. What an emotional roller coaster. Do you think Elisa made the right decision, or should she have given Javier another chance? Chapter 5. The Masterpiece of Life. Barcelona dawned cloudy the day Elisa and her son Arthur arrived at El Prat Airport. The baby, just 6 weeks old, slept peacefully in his carrier, while she dealt with the luggage. Welcome to Spain, greeted Ana Rodriguez, the coordinator of the master's program, who was waiting for her at the exit. Good flight? As good as it can be with a newborn, Elisa smiled, grateful for the help with her bags. The small apartment the university had found for her in the Gracia neighborhood was modest but bright, with a small extra room that could serve as a studio. The white walls reminded her of a blank canvas, waiting to be filled with new memories. Babies are welcome in all classes, Anna explained as she helped her get settled. The university has a daycare on campus, but we understand if you prefer to have him with you for the first few weeks. News from Madrid arrived like distant echoes. Javier had resigned as CEO of Thorn Developments. The company was now in the hands of a board of directors. The Retiro Towers project had been permanently canceled. Valentina had gotten her reality show, but the ratings were a disaster. Rumors placed her in Los Angeles, trying to relaunch her career as an influencer with limited success. Elisa immersed herself in her studies with the same determination she had shown waiting tables. Between bottles and diapers, she designed sustainable building projects that began to attract the attention of her professors. Your proposal for the zero-energy building is extraordinary, her tutor commented 3 months later. Have you considered presenting it at the Green Architecture Congress in Amsterdam? Arthur grew strong and healthy, his dark eyes identical to his mother's. Video calls with Mrs. Davis were weekly, and the restaurant had become a kind of information hub, where her former colleagues asked about her. You won first place in the design contest, Anna informed her one spring afternoon. The prize includes an internship at one of the most important architectural firms in Europe. Javier's emails arrived regularly, less insistent, more reflective. He no longer mentioned reconciliation, but shared news about trusts established for Arthur and business decisions that would affect his son's future. Life has a strange way of balancing things, Mrs. Davis commented during a video call. Did you hear that Ricardo Torres is bankrupt? Elisa nodded. Javier's former partner had tried to launch his own real estate company, only to fail miserably. Her own project, on the other hand, was flourishing. The pilot program for the Barcelona City Council had attracted the attention of international investors. Her thesis on regenerative architecture was being translated into 3 languages. It's ironic, she reflected one night while watching Arthur sleep. When I was waiting tables, some clients wouldn't even look me in the eye. Now, Those same businessmen pay by the hour for my consulting on sustainable construction. Time, that relentless architect, had built something that neither money nor power could buy: authenticity. On her desk, next to the blueprints for her latest project, rested her old apron from the Angel's Nook. She had framed it not as a reminder of difficult times, but as a testament to her resilience. "The consequences," she wrote in her diary that night, "are not punishments or rewards. They are simply the echo of our own decisions." Arthur stirred in his crib, mumbling in his sleep. Elisa smiled, thinking about how every decision, every moment of pain and triumph, had led her exactly to where she needed to be. A year and a half after she left, Elisa returned to Madrid. This time, not as the hurt ex-wife of Javier Thorne, but as the keynote speaker at the International Congress of Sustainable Construction. "Look who's on the cover," Mrs. Davis exclaimed, showing her Architecture Today magazine. Elisa, elegant in an emerald green pantsuit, smiled from the cover next to the headline, "The Green Revolution in European Architecture." Arthur, now a 2-year-old walking with determination, explored the Angel's Nook with fascination. "My beautiful boy," Mrs. Davis picked him up. "Do you know that this is where your mom started her new life?" The reunion with Madrid was like waking from a long dream. The city had changed, or maybe it was she who had changed. Her presentation at the Congress attracted the cream of the crop of the real estate world, including several former colleagues from Thorne Developments. "Your proposal to transform abandoned buildings into self-sufficient communities is revolutionary," commented the new CEO of Miranda Architectural Group during the reception. "Would you consider a strategic alliance?" Elisa smiled, remembering that failed interview 2 years ago. "Please send the proposal to my office in Barcelona. My team will evaluate it." News of her temporary return spread quickly. Javier requested to see her through his lawyers, a formal meeting to discuss Arthur's future. They met at a neutral cafe, far from the places they once shared. Javier had aged more than he should have in 2 years. The gray hairs at his temples and the lines around his eyes told the story of his defeats. "He looks like you," he commented, watching Arthur play with his crayons. "He has your determination and your sense of timing. He always knows when to make a dramatic entrance," Elisa replied. The conversation was civil and adult. They discussed visits, vacations, and education. They didn't mention the past. There was no need. The wounds had healed, leaving only lessons. "I saw your presentation at the Congress," Javier said as they said goodbye. "You're changing the world, Elisa. I always knew you would." "Sometimes," she replied. "We need to lose our way to find our true north." That night, on her last visit to the Angel's Nook, Elisa put on her black uniform again, this time by choice. She served tables for an hour, amidst nostalgic laughter and tears. "So we don't forget where we came from," she explained to Arthur, who watched her fascinated from Mrs. Davis's arms. The lights of Madrid shone differently now, more like guiding stars than fireworks. In her suitcase, along with her return ticket to Barcelona, she carried 3 new contracts and a certainty. She had found her way, and it was more beautiful than she had ever imagined. What an incredible journey of resilience and transformation. What does Elisa's story teach you about finding success and happiness after adversity? Chapter 6. The Circle Closes. The Sustainable Architecture Awards ceremony was held at the Reina Sofia Museum, the same place where 5 years ago Elisa had accompanied Javier to countless social events. This time, she was the protagonist for her revolutionary contribution to green architecture and her impact on transforming abandoned urban spaces. The 25 International Sustainable Architecture Award goes to "Elisa Vance," the presenter announced. Arthur, now a 3-year-old in a small suit, applauded from his seat next to Mrs. Davis, who had traveled from Barcelona especially for the occasion. In the front row, Elisa's team from Spain smiled proudly. "This award," Elisa began from the podium, "is for all who understand that sometimes we must deconstruct to build something better. For those who know that true architecture is not just about buildings, but about building futures." In the audience, Javier listened in silence. He was no longer the all-powerful tycoon, but he had found his own redemption. His new company, more modest but ethical, specialized in sustainable social housing. After the ceremony, while photographers captured the moment, Arthur ran to his father. Javier picked him up with a naturalness that only time and maturity had managed to build. "Congratulations," Javier said, approaching Elisa. "The Amsterdam project is impressive." "Thank you," she replied with a genuine smile. "I heard about your social housing initiative. It's admirable." At the cocktail party, Society magazine circulated with the latest gossip. Valentina Hayes had returned to Madrid, this time as a second-rate real estate agent. Her reality show was just an embarrassing memory on YouTube. "Life has a funny way of putting everyone in their place," Mrs. Davis commented, watching Elisa interact with international investors. The Angel's Nook now had a branch in Barcelona, managed by Mata Davis's eldest son, where Elisa regularly had lunch with her team. Her old black apron remained framed in her office, next to her awards and recognitions. "Mommy," Arthur called, pulling on her evening gown. "Can we go eat at Grandma Davis's restaurant?" Elisa looked around. The elegant museum, the businessmen in expensive suits, the champagne glasses. Then she looked at her son, at Auntie Davis, at her team, and even at Javier, and smiled. "Yes, my love. Let's go back to where it all began." The circle had closed, not like a prison that confined her, but like an embrace that had made her stronger. Her story, which had begun with bitter coffee and a broken heart, ended with a dinner among family and friends, in the place where she had learned that dignity has no price, and that the sweetest success is built with your own hands. What an incredible journey of resilience and transformation. What does Elisa's story teach you about finding success and happiness after adversity? Share your deepest thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more inspiring and true-to-life narratives.
The golden light of autumn poured over the skyline of New York City, casting long shadows on the towering skyscrapers. On the 50th floor of the Hayes & Partners building, Nathan Hayes, CEO of one of the city's leading architecture firms, stood at the window of his office. The reflection of his somber expression merged with the vast urban landscape outside, like a ghost haunting his own success. At 37, Nathan had achieved everything he had once dreamed of: wealth, power, and prestige. People admired him. Rivals envied him. Yet, a hollow emptiness sat deep in his chest, impossible to fill. As he adjusted his navy tie, a memory from 7 years ago crept back into his mind. Claire Peterson, her laughter, her smile, her jasmine-scented perfume lingering in the air. She had vanished without a word, leaving him with questions that had never been answered. Today, though, was just another day. Or so he thought. Nathan's assistant, Erica, knocked softly on the glass door of his office. "Mr. Hayes, the team is waiting. The site visit at Eastwood Elementary starts in 30 minutes. Nathan turned away from the window, masking his lingering melancholy with the confident demeanor he was known for. "I'll be there shortly." The Eastwood Elementary School stood in sharp contrast to the modern architectural wonders Nathan usually dealt with. It was small, worn, yet vibrant with life. Children's laughter echoed through the courtyard as he pulled up in his sleek black car, feeling like a misplaced piece in this humble scene. Nathan followed the principal, Mr. Ellis, into the courtyard where a group of children were playing. That's when he saw her. The little girl sat alone on a wooden bench, completely absorbed in a book that seemed too big for her small hands. Her wavy chestnut hair framed a face so strikingly familiar that Nathan's breath caught in his throat. Her eyes, vivid green and filled with curiosity, were unmistakable. "She's one of our brightest students," Mr. Ellis commented, noticing Nathan's sudden interest. "That's Sophie Peterson." Sophie. The name hit him like a shockwave. As if sensing his gaze, the little girl looked up, her green eyes meeting his. She smiled, a smile that tugged at something deep inside him, something he thought had long been buried. "Hello," Sophie said, closing her book and walking over to him, her confidence both surprising and disarming for someone so young. "Are you the man who's going to help our school?" Her voice, sweet and innocent, sent a chill through Nathan's chest, as if unlocking a door he had long kept shut. Nathan crouched down to her level, his heart thundering inexplicably. "Yes, I am. What are you reading?" "The Little Prince," she answered with a bright smile. "My mom says it's about love and responsibility." Love and responsibility. Nathan's throat tightened as memories he'd fought to suppress rushed back. Claire's laughter, her dreams, and her sudden departure. "Your mother sounds very wise," he managed to say softly. "He is," Sophie replied proudly. "She works hard to give me everything, even though she's alone." Nathan froze. "Alone?" Before he could process her words, a voice sliced through the air. "Sophie, it's time for class, sweetheart." Nathan's world shifted. Standing a few yards away was Claire Peterson. 7 years had passed, but time had only added to her quiet beauty. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, the bustling schoolyard fell silent. "Nathan," the name escaped Claire's lips, a strangled whisper of shock and disbelief. Sophie ran to her mother, oblivious to the tension between the adults. "Mom, this is the man who's helping our school." Claire hugged her daughter protectively, her gaze never leaving Nathan's. And that's when the realization struck Nathan like lightning. Sophie wasn't just Claire's daughter. She was his daughter too. Nathan sat in his office later that afternoon, staring blankly at the bustling city below. His reflection on the glass window seemed foreign, like a man unraveling. He hadn't been able to concentrate since the visit to the school. Sophie Peterson, that little girl with Claire's eyes and his own crooked smile. His hand shook slightly as he opened the bottom drawer of his desk, pulling out a photograph that had been hidden there for years. It was Claire, smiling, carefree, her wavy chestnut hair caught in the breeze. The corners of the photo were frayed from being handled too often. "You left, Claire?" he whispered into the silence. "Why didn't you tell me?" Nathan's mind drifted back to 7 years earlier, to the night when his life, and Claire's, had fallen apart. It had been late, and Nathan had been finalizing a major deal that would secure his company's future. Claire, then his closest colleague and confidant, had promised a surprise celebration. What she hadn't expected was to walk in and see Olivia Harris, the firm's ambitious competitor, leaning in to kiss Nathan through the glass door of the conference room. Nathan had pushed Olivia away immediately, disgusted by her attempt to manipulate him. But Claire had already turned and left, her expression one of betrayal and devastation. He hadn't even realized she'd seen the kiss until the next morning, when she disappeared without a word. Nathan searched for months, calling mutual friends, even hiring investigators, but Claire had vanished completely. At that same moment, across town, Claire sat at the small dining table in her modest apartment, watching Sophie color her latest masterpiece. The room was warm and lived in, its cream-colored walls decorated with photos of Sophie's milestones over the years. Claire's phone buzzed. It was Olivia, her best friend and confidant since college. "Claire," Olivia's voice was low, almost accusing. "He found her, didn't he?" Claire's hands trembled as she held the phone to her ear. "Yes, today, at her school." There was a long pause before Olivia replied softly. "And what did he say?" "Nothing. He didn't need to." Claire looked toward Sophie, who was humming happily, completely unaware of the storm brewing. "He knows, Liv. I could see it in his eyes." Claire's mind snapped back to the present as she stood in the kitchen, preparing Sophie's favorite macaroni and cheese. The familiar movements of stirring the pot didn't stop her thoughts from spiraling. She remembered that night vividly, the positive pregnancy test burning a hole in her handbag, the excitement she'd felt to share the news with Nathan. And then, that kiss. The kiss that shattered her trust and sent her running. "Mom, can we read The Little Prince again tonight?" Sophie's voice broke through Claire's thoughts, full of innocence and joy. Claire forced a smile. "Of course, sweetheart. Her daughter deserved happiness, a stable life. And for the past 7 years, Claire had given her exactly that, even if it meant sacrificing everything else, including the love she once thought was unshakable. But now Nathan had found them, and Claire knew deep down that she couldn't run forever. The knock on Claire's door came late in the evening. She froze mid-step, her pulse quickening. Nathan, she knew it would be him. "Mom, someone's at the door," Sophie called out from her bedroom. "I'll get it," Claire said quickly, smoothing her hands over her jeans as if the action could calm her nerves. Peering through the peephole, her worst fear was confirmed. Nathan Hayes stood in the dim hallway, looking every bit the polished CEO. But his posture was tense, his shoulders carrying the weight of 1,000 unanswered questions. "Claire," Nathan's voice was low but firm when she finally opened the door. "We need to talk." Claire hesitated, her fingers gripping the edge of the door. "Now's not a good time, Nathan." "It hasn't been a good time for 7 years." His tone was sharp, though his eyes softened when he added, "Please." Claire glanced back towards Sophie's room before stepping aside. 10 minutes, Nathan." The apartment felt unbearably small with Nathan standing in the living room. He took in the photos of Sophie on the walls, her toys scattered neatly in the corner. This was a world he hadn't known existed, a world that had been kept from him. "You knew," he said finally, his voice quieter now, "at the school today. I saw it in your eyes. You knew the moment you saw me." Claire folded her arms across her chest, a defensive gesture. "What do you want, Nathan?" "What do I want?" He laughed bitterly, shaking his head. "I want to know why. Why did you leave? Why didn't you tell me I had a daughter?" "Because you made your choice," Claire snapped, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and hurt. "Do you have any idea what that night did to me, Nathan? I trusted you. And then I saw—" She swallowed hard, the memory still raw. "I saw you with Olivia Harris. You let her kiss you." Nathan's brow furrowed in confusion. "Claire, what you saw wasn't real. Olivia kissed me, yes, but I pushed her away. It was a setup, her attempt to manipulate me into aligning with her for the promotion. I wanted nothing to do with her." Claire shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. "I couldn't take that chance. You were so focused on the company, on building your empire. I was afraid that telling you about the baby would ruin everything for you, that you would resent me, or worse, resent her. Nathan took a step closer, his voice soft but firm. You didn't give me a choice, Claire. You ran. I spent months searching for you, calling, looking for any trace of where you'd gone. Claire's resolve faltered. She looked away, her voice barely above a whisper. I thought I was protecting her, protecting both of us. Nathan's gaze fell on a framed photo of Sophie, her green eyes shining with joy. She's my daughter, Claire. I deserve to know her, to be part of her life. Claire hesitated, the weight of his words pressing against her. And what happens when your world comes crashing into hers, Nathan? Your business, the media, the scandals, that's not the life I want for her. I won't let that happen, Nathan replied firmly. I'll protect her. And I'll protect you too. You don't have to do this alone anymore. Before Claire could respond, Sophie appeared in the doorway, her small voice cutting through the tension. Mom? Mr. Hayes? Why are you arguing? Claire quickly wiped away a tear, crouching down to her daughter's level. We're just talking, sweetheart. It's okay. Nathan crouched beside them, his gaze softening as he looked at Sophie. Hey, Sophie, I'm sorry we were loud. You know, your mom and I have a lot of catching up to do. Sophie tilted her head curiously. Are you going to stay for dinner? We're having macaroni and cheese. It's my favorite. Nathan smiled faintly, glancing at Claire, who looked conflicted. I'd like that, Sophie. If it's okay with your mom. Claire hesitated, searching Nathan's face for any trace of insincerity. Finally, she let out a small sigh and nodded. You can stay. As Sophie ran excitedly back to the kitchen, Nathan met Claire's gaze. This isn't over, Claire. I'm not walking away again. Claire turned to follow her daughter, her heart pounding. Nathan's words echoed in her mind, full of promises she wasn't sure she was ready to believe. The next morning, Nathan arrived at the office to chaos. Headlines flashed across every news screen. CEO Nathan Hayes' hidden daughter revealed. Photographs of Sophie at school and snippets of speculation flooded the internet. It was a scandal tailor-made to damage Nathan's reputation, orchestrated by none other than Olivia Harris. Nathan's assistant, Erica, rushed into his office, panic in her voice. Mr. Hayes, the board is calling an emergency meeting. Olivia's team leaked everything. Nathan's jaw tightened. He had expected this. Olivia's vindictiveness knew no bounds. Schedule the meeting. I'll be there. At Claire's apartment, the tension was unbearable. Claire scrolled through news articles on her phone, her face pale. Sophie, oblivious to the storm outside, sat at the table drawing a picture. Mom, can Mr. Hayes come to my school play tomorrow? Sophie asked, looking up with hopeful eyes. Claire opened her mouth, but no words came. How could she shield her daughter from this? A knock at the door startled them both. Claire hesitated before opening it, revealing Nathan. His face lined with exhaustion, but his eyes full of determination. They've gone too far, Claire, he said, stepping inside. We can't let them control this narrative. Claire shook her head, fear in her voice. Nathan, this is exactly what I was afraid of. The media, the scrutiny. Sophie doesn't deserve this. Nathan knelt beside her, his voice gentle but firm. Listen to me. I promise you, I will fix this. I'll protect her. I'll protect both of you. Claire met his gaze, searching for any hint of doubt, but there was none. For the first time, she saw not just a CEO, but a father, a man willing to fight for his family. Okay, Claire whispered, her voice trembling. What do we do? Nathan stood tall, resolve hardening in his expression. We stand together. The press conference room at Hayes & Partners was filled to capacity. Reporters murmured anxiously as cameras focused on the stage where Nathan Hayes stood, flanked by Claire and Sophie. Thank you all for coming, Nathan began, his voice calm but resolute. For years, my career has been built on integrity and transparency. Today, I won't let lies define my family. He paused, glancing at Sophie, who sat beside Claire, holding tightly to her hand. This is Sophie, Nathan continued, his voice unwavering yet full of tenderness. She is my daughter. And the truth? I didn't know about her until recently. Claire Peterson. The woman I love, the woman who sacrificed everything to protect our child, made a choice she believed was right. I understand that choice, even if it cost us time we can never get back. But today, I choose to fight for my family, for Sophie, and for the future we all deserve. A gasp rippled through the room as Nathan turned to Claire. But today, I'm choosing to fight for my family. Claire met his gaze, her eyes shimmering with tears. In that moment, the years of hurt and misunderstanding seemed to dissolve, replaced by something stronger. Hope. The next afternoon, Sophie's school play unfolded in the small auditorium. Nathan sat in the front row, beaming with pride as Sophie recited her lines perfectly. When she finished, she looked out into the crowd, her green eyes finding Nathan. "Did you see me, Mr. Hayes?" she asked, her green eyes shining as she ran into his arms. Nathan crouched down, his heart swelling with pride and love. "I did, Sophie, and you can call me Dad now. I'd like that more than anything." Sophie's face lit up with the brightest smile Nathan had ever seen. "Okay, Dad." Claire stood nearby, smiling through her tears as she watched her daughter's face light up. In that moment, they were no longer a family broken by the past. They were a family starting fresh, stronger than ever. Sometimes, love isn't about perfection. It's about forgiveness, about finding the strength to rebuild what was broken. Nathan and Claire's story reminds us that even after years of misunderstandings, second chances can lead to beautiful new beginnings. But let me ask you, if you were Claire, would you open your heart to Nathan again, or would the fear of getting hurt keep you from giving your child the family they deserve? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear your perspective. And if you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more emotional and inspiring stories. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. The city skyline shimmered under the soft glow of neon lights as Emily Carter sat alone at the bar of an upscale restaurant. A glass of wine rested in her hand, her fingers idly tracing the rim as she stared at her reflection in the dark liquid. Tonight was supposed to be a celebration, freedom, a fresh start, a chance to finally leave the past behind. She had walked away from a toxic relationship, from a man who had never truly seen her. Freedom was supposed to taste sweet, but tonight, it felt hollow. The noise of laughter around her only magnified the silence in her own heart. The wine was meant to soothe her, yet all it did was remind her how empty she felt inside. Across the room, Alexander Hayes, a powerful and enigmatic businessman, observed her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. He was known for his ruthless efficiency, his icy demeanor, and the way he never let anyone get too close. But tonight, something was different. Tonight, fate had decided their paths would cross, changing everything. Emily took a slow sip of her wine, letting the rich taste linger on her tongue. She didn't belong here, in this world of power and wealth, where conversations were calculated and every glance carried meaning. But tonight, she wanted to escape, even if just for a moment. Her gaze drifted across the room, landing on Alexander Hayes. He sat in the shadows, clad in a perfectly tailored suit, his fingers wrapped around a glass of whiskey, but he wasn't drinking. His sharp gray eyes were locked on her, unwavering. She knew who he was, not personally but through articles. Whispers of a ruthless businessman, a man who never revealed his emotions, someone who didn't make room for weakness or attachment. And yet, right now, he was looking at her as if he saw something no one else did. Emily tore her gaze away, refocusing on her drink. But then she heard footsteps. A moment later, Alexander stood beside her. Drinking alone? His voice was deep, velvety, smooth like aged whiskey, yet edged with something sharper, something dangerous. She ran her finger along the rim of her glass, finally tilting her head toward him. What does it look like? Her voice was steady, but her pulse betrayed her. He arched a brow, setting his whiskey down. It looks like you're trying to forget something. Emily exhaled slowly. Maybe I am. A long pause stretched between them, silent yet charged. Then Alexander spoke again, softer this time. So am I. Neither knew who moved first, who crossed the invisible line between them. They left the bar together, stepping into the elevator. The silence between them was thick with anticipation, heavy with something unspoken. When the doors opened to his penthouse, Alexander turned to her, almost hesitating, as if giving her a chance to walk away. But Emily didn't leave. They collided, lost in the heat of the moment, in the loneliness that neither of them wanted to acknowledge. That night, nothing else mattered. No past, no future, just raw, unfiltered desire. But in the morning, only one thing remained. Distance. Emily stood frozen in the bathroom, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Her hands trembled violently, almost dropping the plastic stick as she forced herself to look again. 2 pink lines. Her entire world tilted on its axis. This couldn't be real. Her head spun, her heart pounded wildly against her ribs. No, this wasn't happening. Desperate for reassurance, she grabbed another test, then another, and another. Each one confirmed the same earth-shattering truth. Emily Carter was pregnant with Alexander Hayes' child. A strangled breath escaped her lips, tears burning at the corners of her eyes. She had spent weeks trying to forget that night, convincing herself it had meant nothing. He had made it clear it was just a mistake. And now that mistake was growing inside her. She pressed a trembling hand to her stomach, the weight of reality crashing over her. Fear, confusion, uncertainty, all clawing at her at once. She couldn't tell Alexander. He wasn't the type of man who wanted a family. He planned every move with precision, controlled every aspect of his life. A child was never part of that plan. And if he found out, what would he do? Emily took a shaky breath, wiping away her tears. She had to do this, alone. She didn't need him. She couldn't need him. 6 months later, Emily never thought she would see Alexander Hayes again. She had avoided every place he might be, tried to live her life quietly, away from his world. But fate had other plans. At an extravagant charity gala where she had accompanied a friend, her gaze accidentally met a familiar pair of eyes. Alexander. Her heart slammed against her ribs. Of all the places, of all the people, why him? He stood in the midst of the elite crowd, power radiating from every inch of him, and his gaze, sharp, unrelenting, was locked onto her as if she was the only person in the room. She turned on her heel, ready to disappear. Too late. Emily, his deep, commanding voice stopped her in her tracks. Slowly, she turned to face him, keeping her expression unreadable. Don't let him see the truth. But his eyes had already drifted downward, to her stomach. The air between them thickened. Alexander's world tilted. For a moment, he simply stared, as if trying to process the words. Then his hand clenched into a fist. You weren't going to tell me? His voice was dangerously low. Emily's breath caught. I didn't think you'd care. His sharp gaze locked onto hers. You thought wrong. She took a shaky breath, forcing herself to remain steady. You don't need to worry. I can handle this on my own. But Alexander wasn't the type of man to walk away from what was his. We need to talk. His voice was cold, but there was something in his eyes she couldn't quite read. Emily knew she couldn't run anymore. Emily didn't know how, but within days of their confrontation, Alexander Hayes had rearranged everything to his will. He wasn't going to let her walk away from him again. Under his relentless insistence, she agreed to move into his penthouse. Not for love, but for the safety of their child. Living under the same roof as him was anything but easy. He controlled everything, her diet, her doctor visits, even the smallest details like where she could take a walk. But through it all, he never touched her. They were strangers, sharing the same space but never truly existing together. Then one night, a storm raged outside, the rain hammering against the windows. Emily came home late, drenched from head to toe, her body shivering from the cold. She hadn't expected anyone to wait for her, but as she stepped inside, Alexander was there, his piercing eyes filled with something she couldn't name. He didn't speak. Instead, he grabbed a thick blanket from the couch and wrapped it around her, his hands gripping the fabric as if he was afraid she might disappear. Her heart clenched. For the first time, she saw genuine concern in his eyes. But was it love? Or just duty? Just when Emily thought things might change, Alexander Hayes' past came crashing back, restrapped in the elegant form of Vanessa Laurent, his former fiancée. Vanessa entered their penthouse as if she still belonged there. Flawless hair, a sharp smile, and eyes filled with disdain as they flicked over Emily. You really think he cares about her, Alexander? Vanessa scoffed, her manicured fingers brushing against his arm like a lingering memory. You're not the kind of man who loves. Alexander's gaze snapped to Vanessa, cold and unforgiving. Enough, he said, his voice edged with warning. Vanessa let out a soft laugh. Oh, Alexander, you used to be so much more ruthless. His jaw tightened. Maybe. But I'm not that man anymore. He turned to Emily, his voice softer now. I should have said this earlier. Vanessa doesn't matter. Only you do. It felt like the air had been knocked from her lungs. Vanessa tilted her head, smirking. See? You're just his responsibility, Emily. Don't fool yourself. She should have been angry. She should have argued. She should have fought back. But standing there, watching his silence, she realized Vanessa might be right. She had believed he was changing, that maybe, just maybe, he saw her as more than just an obligation. But now, she wasn't so sure. That night, Emily sat quietly in their bedroom, staring at the unopened suitcases she had never bothered to unpack. She knew it was time to leave. Emily left before dawn. No goodbyes, no messages, just silence. She fled to a small coastal town where no one knew her name, a place far enough that Alexander Hayes wouldn't be able to find her. But Alexander Hayes wasn't a man who gave up easily. Weeks later, on a rainy evening, the door to the tiny cafe where Emily works swung open. He stood there, soaked from the downpour. His shirt clung to his frame, but it was his eyes, raw, desperate, unguarded, that made her breath hitch. You thought you could disappear without a trace. His voice was hoarse, as if he had spent days searching for her. Emily swallowed hard, forcing her voice to stay steady. I wasn't running. I was choosing the life I wanted. He stepped closer, every movement carrying an urgency she had never seen in him before. And you think I don't want that too? She shook her head, her vision blurring. "You don't love me, Alexander, you just feel responsible." His hands clenched at his sides, his entire body tense as if he were battling something inside himself. "I don't know how to love," he admitted, voice barely above a whisper. "But when I lost you, I realized you were everything." Her heart ached. For the first time, Alexander Hayes admitted his greatest fear. But was that enough? Bringing Emily home didn't mean Alexander Hayes instantly knew how to love. He wasn't the kind of man who whispered sweet words. He didn't know how to comfort with soft reassurances. But he learned to love her in his own way, through actions, day by day. He started waking up earlier, brewing ginger tea for her every morning to ease her nausea. He studied every article about prenatal nutrition, inspected every ingredient in her meals, ensuring that she and their child were always taken care of. When she was exhausted, he didn't ask if she needed anything. He simply pulled her close, letting her rest against his chest, his heartbeat steady, a silent promise that she wasn't alone anymore. At night, when she tossed and turned, unable to find peace, he was always there. He didn't speak, didn't try to offer words of comfort, because he didn't know how. Instead, he simply reached for her hand, his fingers brushing against hers in a silent promise. "I'm here." Once, she woke up to find him sitting beside her, his fingers tracing gently over her stomach, his once cold gray eyes filled with something soft, something rare. And then, he whispered, not just to their unborn child, but to her as well. "I used to think I didn't know how to love, but you and our baby, you changed me." Emily said nothing, just tightened her grip around his hand. Because she knew Alexander Hayes was no longer a man bound by responsibility alone. He had truly fallen in love with her. And for the first time, love was no longer something he feared. That night, Alexander Hayes felt powerless for the first time in his life. Emily was in pain. She clutched his hand on the hospital bed, her breathing uneven, her face pale, and he could do nothing but stay by her side. He had faced million-dollar negotiations, ruthless business battles, but never had he felt fear like this. "I'm here," he whispered, brushing damp hair from her forehead. "I'm not going anywhere." The hours stretched endlessly, and then the first cry filled the air, and Alexander felt his heart stop. He was a father. The nurse handed him a tiny, swaddled newborn. Alexander Hayes, the cold, untouchable businessman, suddenly found his hands trembling. "Mr. Hayes, here's your son," the nurse said gently. He swallowed hard, looking down at the tiny being, small, fragile, and his. He had never held a baby before. He was so stiff, so clumsy that he nearly dropped the child, causing the nurse to chuckle as she helped him adjust. But when those tiny eyes fluttered open, gazing up at him with pure innocence, something inside him shattered. He leaned in, his voice barely a whisper, hoarse with emotion. I'm here," he murmured. "I don't know if I'll be good at this, but I swear, I'll protect you." And for the first time in his life, Alexander Hayes understood what unconditional love felt like. The celebration was small but warm. Candlelight flickered, laughter filled the air, and in Emily's arms was the tiny miracle she and Alexander Hayes had created together. She never thought she would have a moment like this. Peaceful, whole, and deeply loved. But in the middle of the party, as glasses clinked in toasts, Alexander suddenly stood. He was never one for grand gestures, but now every eye was on him. "I used to think love was a weakness," he began, voice steady yet raw. "I believed that if I let someone too close, I would lose myself." He paused, his gaze finding Emily's. "But you taught me that love doesn't make me weak, it makes me stronger." A wave of emotion crashed over her. Then he knelt. Emily gasped, her heart pounding wildly. "I'm not perfect. I have so much to learn. But there's one thing I know for certain." He opened a small velvet box, revealing a diamond that sparkled under the lights. "For years, I built walls to keep people out. I thought it made me stronger. But then I lost you, and I realized I had been a fool." He took a deep breath, his voice steady but raw. I don't just want to marry you, Emily. I want to spend my life proving to you that I was worth this second chance." The room fell silent, the only sound the whisper of the evening breeze. Tears welled in Emily's eyes, slipping down her cheeks, but she was smiling. "Yes," she breathed. Alexander rose, pulling her into his arms. His forehead rested against hers, their breaths mingling in the cool evening air. "Forever isn't just a promise, Emily," he murmured. "It's what I choose, every single day. With you." And when their lips met, it wasn't just love. It was home. Their wedding wasn't extravagant. There were no flashing cameras, no elite guest lists. Just love, pure, enduring, and forever. Under a canopy of blooming flowers, as the golden hues of sunset painted the sky, Emily Carter walked toward Alexander Hayes. He stood at the altar, dressed in a simple yet elegant suit, his eyes never leaving hers. When they exchanged vows, he gently squeezed her hands, his gaze filled with emotions too deep for words. "Emily," he said, his voice raw with sincerity, "I once believed love was something foreign to me, something I wasn't meant for. But then you came along and taught me how to love, how to be a man worthy of you. Today, I promise you, I will always be by your side, not because of duty, but because I can't imagine a life without you." Tears shimmered in her eyes. She had never been more certain of anything in her life. As their lips met beneath the twilight sky, it wasn't just a beginning, it was home. The late afternoon sun bathed the garden in a golden glow, where a small boy ran barefoot through the grass, his laughter filling the air. Emily leaned her head against Alexander's shoulder, a warm cup of tea in her hands, savoring a moment she had once thought impossible. "It's been 2 years," she whispered, watching their son chase after a butterfly. Alexander nodded, intertwining his fingers with hers. "I never thought I could have this, a family, a life that feels whole." She chuckled softly. "I never thought you'd be such a clumsy father." He let out a quiet laugh, his gaze full of warmth as he watched their son stumble, only to pick himself up again. "I'm not perfect, Emily." He turned to her, his voice deep and steady. "But for you, for him, I'll keep trying." She squeezed his hand, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her touch. "You don't have to be perfect, Alexander," she murmured, "because to me you already are." They sat there, bathed in the golden light of dusk, hand in hand, watching their little boy run freely across the garden. And as their son's laughter rang through the garden, as Alexander pulled Emily closer, pressing a lingering kiss to her temple, she realized something. Forever wasn't a destination. It wasn't a grand declaration. It was in the quiet moments, in the way Alexander's fingers brushed against hers, in the laughter of their child echoing through the garden, in the way love, once feared, had become the very air they breathed. London, the city of dreams and dazzling lights, was alive that evening, buzzing with laughter and music. At the luxurious Starview Hotel, a farewell party was in full swing. Among the crowd of elegantly dressed guests stood Nanny, a 28-year-old financial expert known for her sharp intellect and determination. Nanny wasn't one to frequently indulge in social events, but tonight was an exception. Her best friend was leaving for America, and she had promised to make this evening special. Dressed in a sleek emerald green dress that accentuated her confident aura, Nanny sipped on her cocktail, letting the vibrant energy of the room consume her. As the night went on, the lively atmosphere, sparkling lights, and a few too many colorful drinks began to take their toll on her senses. Feeling tipsy, Nanny excused herself from the group and headed to the elevator. Her steps were unsteady as she walked down the hallway of the 12th floor, the numbers on the doors blurring together. Finding a slightly open door, she assumed it was hers. Lucky me, she thought, stepping inside without hesitation. The room smelled of warm sandalwood, and the dim lighting created an oddly comforting atmosphere. She kicked off her heels and flopped onto the bed, giggling softly to herself. But the peace was short-lived as a deep, unfamiliar voice broke the silence. "Who are you?" Nanny looked up, her hazy eyes meeting a striking figure standing by the door. A man with damp, tousled hair, a towel wrapped around his waist, and piercing gray eyes stared back at her. Nanny's laughter bubbled up uncontrollably, her cheeks flushing a deep pink. "Oh my God," she mumbled, her voice trailing with drunken awe. "You're like a Greek god stepped out of a painting. How is this even real?" She blinked, trying to focus, as if she couldn't trust her own eyes. Alexander raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Thanks, but I think you've got the wrong room." Ignoring his words entirely, Nanny got up, wobbling slightly as she moved closer. "You know," she began, her voice filled with drunken awe, "you look like someone who just stepped out of my dreams. How can anyone be this good-looking?" Alexander's surprise was evident, but before he could respond, Nanny wrapped her arms around his neck, her boldness fueled by the alcohol. "I should thank you for being the most handsome man I've ever seen," she whispered. Before Alexander could react, Nanny's lips met his, soft and unexpected. For a moment, he froze, but something about her spontaneity pulled him into the moment. That night, under the warm glow of the bedside lamp, their worlds collided in a whirlwind of passion, creating a memory neither of them would ever forget, a memory that would change both their lives forever. The next morning, soft sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating Nanny's delicate face. She woke up, her head pounding, her memories of the previous night a hazy blur. Slowly turning her head, her heart stopped when she saw the man lying peacefully next to her, the same handsome stranger from last night. Alexander was still asleep, his serene expression making him look even more attractive. Nanny quietly gathered her clothes, trying not to make a sound, and slipped out of the room, her mind racing with confusion and embarrassment. Nanny stepped into the towering glass building that housed the headquarters of Knight Enterprises. She had been thrilled to receive an offer from one of London's most prestigious financial firms. This was her chance to prove herself and take her career to the next level. Clutching her bag tightly, she walked through the grand lobby, the air buzzing with the energy of a top-tier corporation. She reminded herself to focus, to stay sharp, and to not let anything distract her from this fresh start. But all her determination crumbled when she entered the orientation meeting and heard the name Alexander Knight. "Good morning, everyone. I'm Alexander Knight, CEO of Knight Enterprises. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you here today." Alexander strode into the room with effortless confidence. His commanding presence filled the space, his sharp gray eyes scanning the crowd. When his gaze landed on Nanny, his brows lifted slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing across his face before it was replaced with a knowing smirk. Nanny froze in her seat, her heart pounding. No, it can't be him, she thought, her face heating with a mix of shock and panic. When the meeting ended, Nanny tried to slip away unnoticed, but as she stepped into the elevator, a strong hand stopped the doors from closing. Alexander stepped in, standing right next to her. His intoxicating cologne filled the small space, making it impossible for her to focus. "Do you often find yourself in the wrong room, or was that just for me?" Alexander asked, his tone teasing. Nanny flushed, trying to keep her composure. "I don't think this is the place to discuss personal matters, Mr. Knight," she replied, staring straight at the elevator buttons. Alexander chuckled softly, his eyes never leaving her. Fair enough, Nanny, but I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunities to talk. When the elevator doors opened, Nanny stepped out as quickly as possible, her mind swirling. She couldn't believe it. Her new boss was the very man she had spent a night trying to forget. The first few weeks at Knight Enterprises were a whirlwind for Nanny. Adjusting to the fast-paced corporate environment was challenging enough, but having Alexander Knight around made it even harder to stay composed. Every time they crossed paths in the hallway, his gaze lingered a moment too long, and his subtle smirk left her flustered. She tried to stay professional, avoiding unnecessary interactions, but Alexander had a way of appearing at just the right moments, slowly chipping away at her defenses. One evening, long after most employees had left, Nanny remained at her desk, working on an important project. The soft glow of her computer screen highlighted her face, and her tired eyes stayed focused on the numbers in front of her. "You really are a hard worker," a familiar voice broke the silence, making her jump slightly. Looking up, Nanny saw Alexander standing in her doorway, holding 2 cups of coffee. He stepped inside and placed one on her desk. "Thought you might need this." She offered a polite smile. "Thank you, Mr. Knight." "Alexander," he corrected, his tone firm. "Call me Alexander." The air between them grew heavier, charged with unspoken tension. "All right, Alexander," she replied, her voice soft but steady. "Do you often check on employees working late?" He chuckled, his sharp gaze cutting through her guarded demeanor. "No, but you're not like the others, Nanny." Her heart skipped a beat at his words. No matter how much she tried to deny it, Alexander's quiet attentiveness and charm were wearing her down. Over time, their interactions became more frequent, and the line between professionalism and personal connection blurred. Late-night conversations, stolen glances, and Alexander's subtle yet thoughtful gestures slowly broke through Nanny's resolve. One night, as they worked late in his office, Alexander finally confessed, "I can't stop thinking about you, Nanny." She turned to him, her emotions swirling. "We shouldn't do this, Alexander. You're my boss. This isn't right." Alexander stepped closer, his voice calm but firm. "I don't care about the rules, Nanny. All I know is that I want you in my life." Her defenses crumbled under the weight of his sincerity. They finally gave in to their feelings, beginning a secret relationship filled with stolen moments of sweetness and undeniable passion. Their happiness was short-lived. One evening, as they left a restaurant after a private dinner date, the flash of cameras caught them off guard. Within hours, tabloids were flooded with pictures of the charismatic young CEO and his mysterious employee girlfriend. At the office, whispers spread like wildfire. "Who is she to get his attention?" one colleague murmured. "She's probably using him to climb the ladder," another added. Nanny felt the weight of their stares and judgment. Though Alexander reassured her, the constant scrutiny from co-workers and the media left her emotionally drained. Things worsened when Alexander's mother, Victoria Knight, got involved. A formidable and traditional woman, Victoria wasted no time expressing her disapproval. "You don't belong in the Knight family, Nanny," she said coldly during a private meeting. "Alexander needs someone worthy, not some ordinary employee." Her sharp words cut deep, leaving Nanny questioning whether their love could truly survive the mounting obstacles. Nanny and Alexander's relationship became the center of attention. Every day at work, Nanny felt the weight of countless stares, the whispers that followed her everywhere. The tabloids constantly churned out sensational stories about their forbidden office romance. Each photo and headline made her feel as if she were on trial before the world. Worse still, Alexander's mother, Victoria Knight, made her disapproval abundantly clear. During a private meeting, Victoria didn't hesitate to show her disdain. "Do you think Alexander loves you? It's fleeting," she said coldly. "You have no status, no pedigree. The Knight family needs someone who can match our stature, not an ordinary employee like you." Her words cut like knives. Despite Alexander's efforts to protect her, Nanny felt the pressure from every angle, suffocating her more each day. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day, Alexander found Nanny sitting quietly in her apartment, her eyes filled with unshed tears. "I can't do this anymore, Alexander," she whispered. "I feel like I'm a burden, not just to you, but to the company. People are judging me, your mother hates me, and I don't want you to have to choose between me and your family." Alexander sat beside her, taking her hand in his. "You're not a burden, Nanny. You're the only thing that makes my life worth it." But Nanny shook her head, her voice breaking. "Sometimes loving someone means letting them go. I think we need time to figure out if our love is strong enough to survive all this." The next morning, Nani left London. She retreated to her mother's small home in the countryside, searching for peace away from the judgmental eyes and relentless scrutiny. One quiet afternoon, Nanny noticed subtle changes in her body. She bought a pregnancy test, and when the two bold red lines appeared, her heart stopped. She was carrying Alexander's child. A mix of fear and joy overwhelmed her. She wanted to tell him, but doubts lingered. Would the news burden him further, or would it only add to the chaos surrounding his life? As time passed, Nanny focused on building a new life. She worked freelance jobs to support herself, spent time reading about motherhood, and tried to embrace the quiet simplicity of the countryside. Yet, despite her efforts to move on, her heart remained tethered to London and to Alexander. One morning, while shopping at a local market, Nanny overheard a group of people talking. "They say Knight Enterprises is on the brink of collapse." Alexander Knight? He used to be one of the best CEOs, but ever since that breakup, he's lost all focus. The words sent a jolt through her. She rushed home, opened her laptop, and scrolled through the headlines. Knight Enterprises faces major crisis as CEO struggles to lead. Her heart sank deeper with every article she read. Guilt washed over her as she realized her absence had left Alexander not only heartbroken, but also struggling to hold together the empire he had spent years building. She couldn't ignore the fact that she had been his anchor, and without her, he was adrift. Placing a hand on her growing belly, she knew she couldn't stay silent any longer. This child deserved to know its father, and Alexander deserved to know the truth. That night, as she lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, memories of Alexander filled her mind. His smile, his quiet strength, the way he made her feel like the only person in the world. Summoning her courage, she sat up and booked a train ticket. The next morning, with a small suitcase in hand, she boarded a train bound for London. "We left you, it wasn't because I didn't love you," she whispered to herself. "But now, I'm coming back, because that love never faded." Nanny stepped off the train, the crisp London air brushing against her face as she clutched her coat tightly. The city bustled as usual, yet her heart was racing with a mixture of anticipation, anxiety, and resolve. Gently placing her hand over her growing belly, she reminded herself that this time she wasn't coming back for herself, but for the two lives growing inside her, and for the man she couldn't forget. Walking into the towering headquarters of Knight Enterprises, Nanny ignored the hushed whispers and curious stares of her former colleagues. With her head held high, she made her way to the boardroom, where an emergency meeting with the board of directors was taking place. When she opened the door, every eye turned to her. At the head of the table stood Alexander, looking worn yet exuding the same commanding presence. His sharp gray eyes locked onto hers, widening in disbelief. "Nanny?" His voice was hoarse, almost a whisper, as if he couldn't trust his own eyes. She stepped closer, her gaze unwavering. "I know the company is in trouble. I'm here to help you." After the meeting, Alexander and Nanny faced each other in his office. The air between them was thick with tension and unspoken emotions. "Why are you here, Nanny?" Alexander asked, his voice a mix of frustration, pain, and longing. Nanny placed a folder on his desk. "Because I know this company. I have a plan to pull Knight Enterprises out of this crisis. But I'm not just here for the company. I came back for you, Alexander." His piercing eyes searched hers, as though trying to uncover more. "You're still hiding something from me, aren't you, Nanny?" She hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand gently on her belly. "You're right, I am." Her voice softened as she continued. "I'm pregnant. And it's not just one, Alexander. We're having twins." Alexander froze, his eyes widening as he took in her words. A cascade of emotions washed over his face. Shock, joy, and a hint of sorrow for not knowing sooner. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked, his voice trembling. "I was afraid," she admitted. "Afraid that it would complicate your life even more. But now I realize you deserve to know, and our children deserve to know their father." Without hesitation, Alexander stepped forward and wrapped her in a tight embrace. "You're not a burden, Nanny. You're everything to me. And now, we'll face this together." With Nanny back by his side, she and Alexander began working tirelessly to save Knight Enterprises. They collaborated on strategies to restore investor confidence, restructured key departments, and launched bold initiatives to regain market trust. Nanny's brilliance and sharp analytical skills quickly earned the respect of the board. During a pivotal presentation, she unveiled an innovative plan to expand into the European market, a move that could reverse the company's fortunes. Alexander watched her from across the room, pride and admiration lighting up his face. When the presentation ended, he walked up to her and said, "You're incredible, Nani. I never doubted that." Gradually, the company began to recover. Profits returned, key projects gained momentum, and stock prices climbed once again. But for Alexander, the most important thing wasn't just the company's revival, it was the return of the woman he loved. Months later, when Knight Enterprises was officially declared stable, Alexander hosted a grand celebration for the entire company. In the glittering ballroom of the Ritz Hotel, Nanny arrived in an elegant navy ghoul gown that highlighted her radiant beauty. Despite her growing belly, her grace and confidence captivated everyone, especially Alexander, who couldn't take his eyes off her all evening. As the celebration reached its peak, the lights dimmed, leaving a single spotlight on Alexander as he stepped onto the stage with a small velvet box in his hand. "Thank you all for standing by us during these challenging times," he began, his deep voice resonating through the room. "But tonight, I want to thank someone in particular, someone who didn't just save this company, but also saved my heart." The room fell silent as Alexander stepped off the stage and walked directly toward Nani. Kneeling before her, he opened the velvet box to reveal a dazzling diamond ring. "Nanny, you came into my life like a storm, flipping my world upside down. From the moment we met, you've challenged me, inspired me, and shown me what it means to truly love. You're not just an intelligent and strong woman. You're my heart, my partner, and the only one I want by my side for the rest of my life. Will you marry me?" Tears streamed down Nanny's face as she covered her mouth in shock. The entire room erupted into applause as she nodded, her voice trembling with emotion. "Yes, I will." Alexander slid the ring onto her finger and pulled her into a loving embrace. The crowd cheered as the couple shared a kiss, their love radiating through the room. Months later, Alexander and Nanny celebrated their wedding at the Knight family's grand ancestral estate. The once cold Victoria Knight had come to accept Nanny as part of the family, moved by her resilience and devotion to Alexander. Not long after, Nanny gave birth to twin girls, two beautiful, healthy babies who brought immeasurable joy to their lives. On a bright spring morning, Alexander stood on the balcony of their countryside estate, cradling the twins in his arms. A perfect mirror of Nanny's sparkling blue eyes and his own dark hair. As he gently rocked them, their tiny hands curled around his fingers. His heart swelled with a happiness he had never known before. Nanny stood beside him, her head resting on his shoulder, her serene smile reflecting the deep love and gratitude they shared for the family they had built. "Do you have any regrets?" Nanny asked softly, looking up at him. Alexander kissed her forehead gently. "If I have one, it's that I didn't propose to you sooner." They both laughed, their hearts full as they looked ahead to a future filled with love, success, and the family they had built together. The rain poured over the city, cold and relentless, like the sky itself was weeping. Through the darkened streets, a young woman ran, her coat soaked through, her breath ragged. Fear and desperation flickered in her wide, stormy eyes. Serena Aldridge, the only daughter of the powerful Aldridge family, had just escaped from her own engagement party, a marriage built not on love but on wealth and power. She wouldn't let herself be caged like a pretty little bird for the rest of her life. Behind her, footsteps echoed ominously in the night. Her family's guards were already searching. If they caught her now, she would never get another chance to escape. There. Catch her! Panic seized her chest. In a split second, her gaze locked onto a towering stone wall surrounding an opulent estate. There was no time to hesitate. With trembling fingers, she gripped the rough bricks, hauling herself up despite the rain-slicked surface. Her arms ached, her lungs burned, but she managed to pull herself over and land on the damp grass below, breathless. Before she could even recover, a deep voice cut through the darkness. "Who's there?" Serena's heart lurched. A man sat on a stone bench in the middle of the garden, his posture relaxed yet alert. He wasn't looking at her, but his presence alone sent chills down her spine. She had trespassed into someone's estate. The man tilted his head slightly, his voice calm but edged with an unmistakable authority. "Do you think that just because I'm blind, I wouldn't notice an intruder in my own garden?" Serena gasped and instinctively stepped back, only to trip over a small root, nearly falling. "No, I'm not a thief. I just have nowhere else to go." Silence. The man remained still, as if considering her words. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, he stood up. He was tall, his presence commanding yet strangely detached. "If you have nowhere to go, then work here as a maid." Serena stared at him, stunned. She couldn't believe she had just been rescued in the most unexpected way. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting soft golden streaks across the unfamiliar room. Serena stirred, her mind still clouded with remnants of sleep. For a brief moment, she thought it had all been a dream. But the luxurious bedding, the faint scent of sandalwood, and the overwhelming silence told her otherwise. She was really here. The events of last night played in her mind like fragmented scenes from a film. Running through the rain, climbing the high stone wall, the deep voice that stopped her in the garden, and now she was in the home of Adrian Knight, a man she knew nothing about. Except for one thing. He was blind. Before she could process everything, a sharp knock on the door made her tense. A middle-aged man, dressed in an impeccable suit, entered the room, his expression stern and eyes filled with suspicion. "Who are you?" Serena swallowed hard, forcing herself to sound confident. I'm the new maid." The man's frown deepened, his gaze scrutinizing her from head to toe. "A maid? Are you joking?" Before she could respond, a familiar voice cut through the air. Calm, steady, and absolute. "She stays." Serena turned. Adrian Knight stood at the doorway, his posture relaxed, yet exuding quiet authority. Though his eyes held no focus, the way he carried himself made it clear. He wasn't a man to be questioned. The butler hesitated before nodding and exiting, but Serena could tell he still had doubts about her presence. Serena had never done housework before, but now she had no choice. The problem was, she was terrible at it. Her first attempt at mopping the floors ended in disaster when she accidentally kicked over an entire bucket of water, spilling it across the polished hardwood. She scrambled to clean it up, only to slip and land in a heap right in front of Adrian, who had been quietly sitting on the couch sipping tea. He raised an eyebrow, his voice smooth but undeniably amused. "Are you trying to destroy my house?" Serena's face burned with embarrassment. "I'll clean it up right away." Adrian didn't respond, but the slight twitch at the corner of his lips made her wonder if he was holding back a smirk. But that wasn't her only failure. The next morning, determined to do at least one thing right, she decided to make Adrian a cup of coffee. She carefully prepared it and handed it to him, watching as he took a slow sip. He instantly froze, his jaw tensed. Then he placed the cup back down with deliberate slowness. "Did you just serve me salt water?" Serena paled, snatching the cup from his hands and taking a sip herself. Her eyes widened. Bitter, incredibly bitter. She had forgotten to add sugar. "I'll make a new one," she stammered, rushing back to the kitchen, leaving Adrian shaking his head behind her. And then there was the laundry incident. In what she thought was an innocent mistake, she somehow managed to shrink all of Adrian's dress shirts after washing them in hot water. When the butler discovered it, he looked like he had just seen a ghost. Serena stood frozen, gripping the tiny shirts in her hands. Adrian, upon hearing the commotion, merely sighed. "You seem to have a talent for causing trouble." She was sure he would fire her at any moment, but to her surprise, he never did. Over time, Serena started adapting, but more importantly, she began noticing something about Adrian. Despite his distant demeanor, he never truly lost his patience with her, and in the quiet moments when he thought no one was watching, there was a certain loneliness that clung to him like a shadow. One afternoon, as Serena handed him his tea, their fingers brushed. His skin was unexpectedly cold. He tilted his head slightly, as if sensing her reaction. "You're nervous, aren't you?" His voice was smooth, quiet, but for some reason, it made Serena's heart skip. She hesitated, then softly replied, "No, it's just your hands are cold." Adrian remained silent for a moment before letting out a quiet chuckle. "I don't go outside much." There was something in his voice that made Serena's chest tighten. She didn't know if it was because Adrian rarely spoke about himself or because she was starting to care more than she should. Either way, she was here now, and she had no idea that this encounter would change both of their lives forever. The night mansion was always silent, almost unnaturally so, as if time itself had abandoned it. During the day, Adrian spent hours in the library, his fingers tracing over Braille books or sipping tea in quiet contemplation. At night, he sat alone on the balcony, listening to the whispers of the wind through the trees. Serena didn't know when she had developed the habit of watching him from a distance, but one thing was certain: Adrian Knight wasn't just blind, he was unbearably lonely. That evening, the air was colder than usual. Serena carried a cup of tea to the balcony, where Adrian sat motionless, his sightless eyes turned toward the darkness. He didn't look at her, yet the moment she approached, his voice broke the silence. "Watching me again?" His tone was calm, but there was a hint of teasing. Serena almost dropped the tea in surprise. She hadn't expected him to notice. "Oh, I just brought you some tea." She placed the cup on the table before hesitating, then sat down beside him. A cold breeze brushed against her skin. She clasped her hands together, debating whether to ask the question that had been lingering in her mind. She had been here long enough to know that Adrian wasn't the type to open up easily, but tonight, something about the stillness made her bold. "Adrian, what was the world like before you lost your sight?" This time, he didn't answer right away. He remained silent for a long moment, as if reaching into memories buried deep within him. "Brilliant." He let out a quiet chuckle. "The world used to be brilliant." His voice carried a strange mix of nostalgia and sorrow. Serena didn't interrupt. "I had everything, and lost everything in a single night." He exhaled slowly. "My parents were strong. I thought they were invincible. We had this tradition of driving to the countryside every weekend. But that last time, I was the one behind the wheel." Serena clenched her hands. "And the accident happened?" He nodded, lips curving into a hollow smile. "I was the only one who survived." He spoke as if each word weighed heavily on him. "But when I woke up, the world was no longer the same." "But because you lost your sight?" Adrian turned slightly toward her, his blind eyes filled with an emotion she couldn't name. "Not just that," his voice was quiet. "I lost my family. And I lost myself." A tightness formed in Serena's chest. She had always known Adrian carried pain, but hearing it in his own voice was different. "You've been blaming yourself all this time, haven't you?" she whispered. He didn't answer, but his silence told her everything. Without thinking, she reached out, gently taking his cold hand in hers. He tensed, but didn't pull away. "You don't have to live in that pain forever, Adrian." Her voice was soft, yet firm. "You're not alone. I'm here." He didn't speak, but after a moment, he gave her hand a small, almost imperceptible squeeze. And for the first time in years, Adrian let someone come closer to his heart. The rain had begun to fall. Droplets tapped softly against the window panes, blending with the gentle whisper of the wind weaving through the vast garden of the night estate. Inside the dimly lit library, the glow from the fireplace cast flickering shadows upon the walls, moving like silent dancers in the night. Serena stood by the window, watching as the raindrops traced delicate patterns on the glass. Since coming here, she had seen Adrian live through his endless days of solitude, locked in the world of darkness he had built around himself. But tonight, something inside her urged her to step closer, to break through that invisible wall. She turned away from the window, her heartbeat quickening as she approached him. Adrian sat in his usual chair, one hand resting lightly on the armrest, the other tracing over the pages of a braille book. "Do you like the rain?" she asked softly. Adrian paused, his fingers stilling over the raised dots. After a moment, he let out a quiet chuckle. "I don't dislike it," he said, "but I've never had a reason to like it either." Serena hesitated, then settled into the seat across from him. "You once told me the world used to be brilliant," she murmured. "What do you miss the most?" Adrian remained silent for a long moment, as if reaching into memories long buried beneath the weight of time. "The light," he finally said. "The way the first rays of the sun stretched across the sky. The endless blue above me. And my parents' faces." His voice dropped slightly at the last words, carrying a sorrow that lingered in the space between them. Serena's chest tightened. She didn't know why, but suddenly she wanted to erase that sadness, to give him something else to hold on to. "Would you like to experience the world in a different way?" she whispered. Adrian frowned slightly, as if weighing her words, but before he could respond, Serena gently reached out, taking his hand and guiding it to her face. His fingers trembled. She could feel his hesitation, but then, slowly, his fingertips moved, tracing along her cheek, then pausing at the corner of her lips. "Serena," his voice was lower now, rougher, as if something inside him had shifted. She didn't look away, her heart pounding so loudly she could hear it echoing in her ears. "Do you want to see me?" The space between them shrank. His breath was warm against her skin, sending a shiver down her spine. Then, as if drawn by an invisible force, their lips met. The kiss was slow, tender, yet deep enough to unravel something inside both of them. Serena had never felt anything like this before. It was unfamiliar, intoxicating, and terrifying all at once, but above all else, it was something she wanted. She felt Adrian hesitate, as if pulling himself back, but she wasn't ready to let go, not yet. "Adrian," she whispered, her voice barely audible, caught between hesitation and longing. Adrian traced a gentle path down her collarbone, pausing at the delicate curve of her shoulder. "Are you sure?" His voice was hushed, deep with restraint. She didn't answer. Instead, she rested her head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. For the first time in her life, she made a choice, not out of duty, not out of fear, but for herself. That night, beneath the soft patter of rain outside, Serena gave herself to Adrian. Not out of pity, not out of recklessness, but because she knew, without a doubt, that her heart already belonged to him. The morning sun spilled through the curtains, casting a golden glow over the two figures wrapped in warmth. Serena stirred first, her body still tingling from the remnants of last night. She turned her head slightly, her gaze falling on the sharp, defined features of Adrian as he lay beside her. For a long moment, she simply watched him. Last night, she had given herself to him. Not out of recklessness, not out of pity, but because she had already given him her heart. She reached out hesitantly, her fingers grazing his jawline, but just as she was about to pull away, Adrian's voice rumbled in the quiet. "You're staring at me, aren't you?" Serena gasped, yanking her hand back. "How did you know?" A smirk played at his lips as he turned slightly towards her. "You're breathing differently." Before she could respond, a sharp knock at the door shattered the quiet. "Sir, you have a visitor," the butler's voice carried through. Adrian frowned. He rarely had visitors, let alone unexpected ones. Serena quickly sat up, pulling the blanket around herself, but before she could steady her racing heartbeat, the door slammed open. A tall man in a tailored suit strode in, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Serena's blood ran cold. "Dad," she whispered. Richard Aldridge's gaze landed on her first, his sharp eyes burning with disapproval, but when he turned to Adrian, his expression turned icy. "So, this is where you've been hiding?" His voice dripped with disdain. "Serena Aldridge, my daughter, reduced to playing housemaid?" Adrian sat up slowly, his sightless eyes unreadable. So this is the reason she was so afraid? His voice was calm, but there was something steely beneath it. Richard scoffed. "And who are you, a crippled recluse? Do you really believe you can keep my daughter?" Serena clenched her fists, but before she could speak, Adrian's voice cut through the air. "She is not an object for you to claim." Richard turned back to Serena. "Come, you've played enough games." Serena's breath hitched. Liev, her world shattered. "What?" Adrian's face remained emotionless. "Go." Tears burned behind her eyes, and Adrian, though blind, heard every step as she walked away. The rain poured mercilessly, drowning the world in a relentless rhythm. Serena knelt before the iron gates of the night estate, her dress soaked, her body trembling. The cold bit at her skin, but it was nothing compared to the pain in her chest. She had lost him once. This time, no matter what it took, she wouldn't let go. "Adrian," her voice cracked through the storm. "I'm not leaving. I love you." Inside the mansion, Adrian sat in the dark, head resting against his chair. He wasn't sure how long he had been sitting there. Since the moment she left, time had ceased to matter. But her voice, he heard it. Faint, desperate, real. His heart clenched painfully. He listened to the rain, but he couldn't tell if the water streaming down was just the storm outside or the sound of her crying. Like a habit, the habit of stepping out every night just to be sure she was no longer there. Adrian stood up. His hands brushed against the walls as he walked. His steps were guided not by sight, but by something deeper, something stronger. And then, when he reached the gates, she was still there. Adrian felt it before he saw it, the warmth of a fragile, trembling body, soaked through from the rain. "Serena." He didn't think. He knelt down, pulling her into his arms. Serena froze. Then, as if unable to believe it, she looked up. "Adrian." Her voice broke. Adrian buried his face into her shoulder, his grip tightening. He didn't know if the water dripping down his face was rain or his own tears. "Are you still here?" His voice was raw. "I tried to let you go." Serena sobbed, cupping his face between her hands. "Because I belong here," she whispered. "I belong with you." And then, without hesitation, she leaned in and kissed him. Warmth light the darkness inside him shattered. At first it was faint, flickers of movement, blurred shapes through the rain, then clearer. A silhouette, a pair of teary, familiar eyes. Serena. His breath caught. He could see her. The realization hit him like a tidal wave. His hands trembled as he reached for her, touching her face as if to make sure she was real. "Serena." His voice shook. Serena's eyes widened. "Adrian, can you see me?" He swallowed hard, nodding, overwhelmed with emotions he couldn't name. "I can see you." And before she could say anything else, he pulled her against him, holding on to her like she was his entire world. Because she was. She had come back to him, and this time, he would never let her go. Golden sunlight streamed through the large windows, casting a soft glow over the lush greenery of the night estate's garden. A light breeze carried the scent of blooming jasmine, weaving through the quiet morning air. On a wooden bench beneath the shade of an oak tree, Adrian sat, leisurely flipping through the pages of a book. But this time, it wasn't Braille, because now he could see. Lifting his gaze, his eyes followed the familiar figure moving between the flower beds. Serena. She stood in the middle of the garden, sleeves rolled up, her cheeks flushed with exertion, and a streak of dirt smudged across her nose. Yet, she was the most breathtaking sight he had ever laid eyes on. Leaning back, he smirked. "Don't tell me you've ruined the gardener's work again." Serena whipped around, hands on her hips, eyes widening in mock offense. "Excuse me? I am not ruining anything, I'm just improving this area a little." Adrian chuckled. "So, ruining it?" Serena huffed, but then softened, her lips curving into a small smile. She set the trowel aside and slowly made her way toward him. Adrian watched her every move, memorizing every tiny detail about her. There were things he had missed out on seeing for years, but now he could commit every part of her to memory. She sat down beside him, her bright eyes reflecting the morning sun. "Do you regret it?" she asked softly. Adrian frowned. "Regret what? Seeing me and realizing I'm not as beautiful as you imagined?" She grinned mischievously. Adrian let out a quiet laugh before his expression softened. He reached out, his fingertips gently tracing the contours of her face, a habit he still hadn't let go of. "Whether I could see you or not, you were always the most beautiful to me." Serena felt her heartbeat quicken. "What if I tried to leave again?" she teased. Adrian didn't answer with words. Instead, he pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "I won't let you go ever again." Serena laughed, wrapping her arms around him. The wind carried the soft scent of spring, weaving through the garden where two souls had finally found their way back to each other. Years ago, Adrian had lost his sight, but in the end, fate had brought him Serena, his light in the darkness. And now, he knew one thing for certain. He would never let her go again.